All right, cool. Lucas, you'll be reviewing
That's
the
on me.
summary.
Your turn.
I have a new theme song for the opening. You ready for this?
Sure.
It's Too Good, Too Bad. That's the name of the song. So it just makes sense because you guys are the good ones, allegedly.
Quotations.
But big quotations. Speaking as a third-party observer with absolutely no interest in the matter, the good ones, that's you guys, experience the highs and lows of vampiric society. Pray tell, what do I mean by this? Let me break that down for you guys. There was hot, sweaty, sticky gay sex following departures from the Catacomb nightclub, and Amadeus was stuffed in all of his holes via sweet treats full of cream. Volka and Merlin kissed and made up while Volka made her final arrangements in the event that she dies. Also, Merlin literally looks like she is dying, and Arthur metaphorically looks like she is dying. True girl boss activities. The traveling company found their way inside the political cave the Santivoci operate out of and were subjected to a trial of character. Volka, that's her, was a good girl and answered all the questions the scary vampires were asking, but that did not stop the Shakespearean execution of Apostle Ahmet blah 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 at the hands of Dara Stir Your Guts Lambrusco. Why did he do this? Why did he do this? You see, he was presented with 2 tongues and a bloodied ring on a silver platter, and Ahmet thought Dara wouldn't retaliate. He was very wrong. Now that was all eventful, but I didn't stop there. Oh no, absolutely not. I crave violence. Everyone except Volka and Sloane left the government building to camp down at the boat. Why didn't the Say-Gex follow them? They were commanded to head to Dara's estate. Only issues they were stopped by, that's right, Silas and Elias. What? Oh my god, he's alive? No, he's still dead, but his older brother turned him into a freestanding cumsock. So now Silas regaled the lesbians with truly terrifying information. He was planning on creating a magic user ethnostate through genocide, which is pretty fucking epic if you ask me. Right? Pretty fucking epic. Now, the girls didn't agree with my sentiment, so I sweetened the deal by stating that it was a 50-50 chance that those infected with the Silas virus, as I'm going to call it from now on, would die, except for some people that I've decided were cool enough to live. Now, Silas, that's right, took Sloane hostage and then fled with his 4th trimester aborted brother, leaving one scared French girl with a failed coin flip. That's it.
Arwen drank tea.
Out of 10.
Out of 10.
It's not on a 10-point scale. It has to be a number out of 5.
Okay, I'll give a 5 out of 5 for that one because I had no context. That made it so much better.
And what's the description?
I
had no context and it made it better.
Yeah.
Now, I'm a little annoyed. It sounds like
Davis, that was some real Tresbian llama.
The Tresbian llama.
What?
You did fuck him in every hole.
Huh?
Now, I'm a little annoyed. It seems that Spotify and Discord finally caught on to my elaborate scheme of streaming not the Spotify app, but the Spotify web browser version, and they don't like that. So I'm going to have to be using YouTube from now on, so it might take me a little bit longer to find music, and you're just going to have to live with that, because this is the consequences of capitalism at work. Fuck you, Discord. Fuck you, Spotify, and fuck you, Twitch. Where was I?
What's the opposite? Metallica.
What? Oh my god, fucking Metallica, dude. They made one song in the 80s and they're like, oh, look how cool we are. And it's like, shut up, shut up, shut up. What's the opposite of being sponsored? Denounced.
I denounce you.
I don't even know where I was
playing.
Thanks, Venice.
We've always, dude, it's me, Venice. All right, let's go back to the music that I was going to play. You can't stop me from playing music so long as YouTube exists, you dumb motherfuckers. Where was I at?
I'll be right back. I gotta go bring some Taco Bell upstairs.
Me too.
Nice.
Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell.
Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell.
Truly the greatest melting pot of class.
It's kind of become dog shit over the years. We can accept that, right? Like, that's something that we're all agreeing on, that it's like...
Everything has.
Okay, that's fair.
That's boomer take, actually. It's gotten better.
No, it hasn't. That is such
It definitely
a fucking
hasn't.
lie.
It has not gotten better.
I used to be eating that shit very consistently. I noticed the quality of the Crunch Wrap Supreme going down.
Crunch. Where the fuck is my Italian music?
They don't make them like they used to.
They really don't. They were made with blood, sweat, and tears. Now they're just made with tears.
True.
Yeah. COVID ruined everything.
Made with the essence of $7 an hour. Now they're not.
725. Slow your roll.
We pick up session 111. It is the afternoon of the 13th day of Slowthaw 676 AU, the Third Age, Year of the Dragon. The Red Herring offers peace from the busier portions of the city. Vladislav, you don't know who that is yet, Luke, is remarkably quiet and focused on making it from point A to point B. As he bids everyone farewell, you guys get to the boat, he once again reiterates something to all of you. No harm will come to any of you for Dara's actions. It is unlikely anything will even happen to him, so attacking you all would be ludicrous. Sleep well. We will send to Vesa again to collect you lot tomorrow at sunset. I will personally oversee that your friends at Lord Dara's estate make it to the trial. He doesn't wait for anything else. He just concludes his speech with silent footfalls, walking back to the city. Whoop out! There, he's gone now. Never to exist again. So, what happens? Captain Oxton, Lieutenant Amadeus, Preacher, Merlin, Arthur, and Eska, got all of them that time, I promise, and Lancelot, I guess, technically, disperse across the top deck to tackle whatever projects they desire. It's like going to camp in Baldur's Gate, where they just go, okay, we're going to go to our tents now, so they're going to be there for a little bit. Leaving Ashlyn and Shrine to your own devices! Is there
I
anything-
don't own any devices.
That's not true.
I have one chisel.
You
I have a
sword.
music box.
You do have a music box. That is a
In
device.
quotations.
That's a device.
It is a device. So, Ashlyn, Shrine, is there anything you guys want to do? Is there anybody you want to talk to on top of the boat? You were told that the trial will take place not at sunrise the next morning, but at sunset the following day. Ooh, how spooky. You notice... Oh, wait, no. Preacher isn't here. I got that mixed up. My apologies. Lancelot was there, not Preacher. I was like, that seems wrong. And that makes more sense.
That is very wrong.
Yeah. There's a noticeable lack of Preacher, the only other drow on this boat, and Valentina, the only other hot bitch on this boat.
I don't really know what to do with that information.
You don't have to do anything. You could just chill if you would like.
Chilling seems nice.
You don't have to do anything. You were told,
Enjoy
hey,
the calm.
nothing bad will happen to you. You can chill in the city if you want, but you guys are in the, the harbor. So you're just kind of vibing out if you want. And that's completely fine and acceptable. Look, it's just a little jaunty, little peaceful Italian music.
How much time until we have to be back here?
No, tomorrow at sunset, not even today.
Okay.
You got like a full 24-hour period, and then some.
I want to find Dayu. Is she findable?
Wrong
Or is she-
answer.
Is she like deep in the
Who?
crevasses?
She is so far in the city.
Well, you said I have a significant amount of time. I figured
She's
it would be
very
enough
fast.
time to get in and out. You said wrong answer though. Am I not allowed to? Like God from heaven is like, Shrine, you stupid bitch. No.
Yeah.
Smacked around.
You know what? You want to attempt to find Dayu?
Why are you saying it like I'm fine? It was genuine fucking. I'm not challenging you.
No, this is a challenge.
I'm just asking.
All right. Okay.
You're like, oh, she's from the second age, and she senses a familiarity with you. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Just talk to her
Know
when
that?
like they're trying to kill Volca? I don't want to talk to her when that's the point she's working. She's on the
I
clock.
see. Unfortunately, I think she is on the clock right now. You can still go and try to find her if you would like.
I mean, if she's on the clock right now, it's fine.
You can talk to her after you guys dismantle Vampire Society. Final offer.
That seems rude, but I mean, if she's down, I guess.
She's in a
You gotta
shunin. She's
test
like,
the waters.
there's one thing above vampires in her mind. That's a shunins.
That tracks.
Shunin number 1.
I love it.
That is very Shunin.
Shuna number 1, vampire
Being a
number
nationalist.
2.
So good, so based.
They're the cool type of nationalists where
It's
like,
very convenient for you.
Yeah, it really is.
like hog out. They're like, oh my god, is that another fucking shoe? Let's go, dude. Dap me up. It's us against the world, right? It's like, we're just getting dinner. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, okay, but if anything goes down, we're blowing the shit up together, right? It's like, I guess. I got the fireworks. All right. Is there anybody else you want to talk to that's, not her? No. Okay. I'll say that you just what's it called? Schmooze. Yeah, you're schmoozing. You're schmooving. You're just hanging out with the boys. That's fun. Fun. All right. Okay. I'm glad we had fun together. Let's go play some Hollow Knight music, which typically means you guys are in for a good time. What do you have to do? Oh my god. You could do all that. Yeah, you can pray to your sword. Light some incense, make some wine, do what Ashunans do.
Make some wine.
Yeah, rice wine.
He's not wrong, but
Certified Ashunan activities.
I'm a drunken monk. This is very convenient for you, but
Any other way would be racist, though.
mm,
And I just want to clarify, Ashen, you're just gonna hang out with the boys?
Hell yeah.
I bet. Cool. Presumably, not in the greatest of mindsets. Sloan and Volka, that's you and me with the funny voice, make it to one of the sets of the city gates, uninterrupted this time. You're welcome. Where a discreet enough looking carriage sits idly by, revving its engine. You're like, is that?
Forgot that we had a carriage waiting. I was fully prepared to just sprint to this place.
That'd be weird. That'd be really weird.
I would like to open the door for my girly friend.
Well, now hold on before you approach, because you don't know this is the right carriage. There
Fair,
could be
yeah.
many carriages. Don't worry. You see Sir Lazarus sitting at the front by the horses. If you don't know what he looks like like a vampire, so it's fine. You know it's him.
Okay.
Yeah, he sits at the front and he hops down so that way you guys are like, this must be the carriage. It quite possibly can't be Silas in disguise again. That would be crazy.
I was hoping it was Hugo again.
Yeah, he opens it up and Hugo's just sitting there and goes,
He's just sitting in it. Let's have a
Just
chat.
like, why do you just go up to carriages and
And assume they're yours.
this is how people get
Come in.
abducted. I'm holding a gun.
Anyways, you're being abducted.
Surprise! But it looks like that might be the real Sir Lazarus. Maybe. You approach. Do you open the door for the girlie? Is that what you were trying to say earlier?
Yeah. Am I dumb? Who is Sir Lazarus?
You are dumb. That is, every single one of the Lambruscos has
Is he
a special...
Dara's little
Yes,
buddy?
yes.
Okay.
His
That's
cousin.
what I thought, but I was like, that name.
Oh, buddy.
Where is it from?
He has a title.
His
and
cousin.
everything.
Name.
He literally has a
Sir.
title. Yeah. Come on, pull your shit
Yeah.
together.
I just blanked on that. I was like, I know I've heard the name.
Evidently.
Who is this?
As the two of you clamber inside, you'll notice that there is no Hugo. Much to my now saddened state of mind, that would have been so good. But but as the two of you clamber inside, you guys find for the first time today not Hugo or Silas or Spiral or Micaiah. You wouldn't even know what he looks like.
Rugenheimer?
It's not Krugenheimer either.
Our favorite.
He likes to party. You would know if he was there. Bang of Boys would be there. You find isolation and privacy. Privacy. Sorry, we're British now. My apologies. As you guys settle down, there's a brief pause, and then Sir Lazarus begins the journey away from the city, or what you expect is Sir Lazarus.
The Velka's her her leg is definitely like bouncing. She's nervous about the entire situation. I think she's keeping an eye on like the, like I assume the carriage has like windows,
Yeah.
on like the outside, making sure like, okay, are we going the right direction?
If you can believe this, the windows severely tinted. I wonder what they could be used for. Could be anything. There's also like curtains and whatnot, so you can like draw them and look in if you want. But fortunately, most of your trip is through the countryside. That's the term I've been looking for the past like 6 sessions. Countryside. You are going through the countryside. Just had a fucking epiphany. We're so great. We're so back. So it's really, if you could believe such a thing, just like vineyards and like other shit, like these farming villas. Wow, dude, I'm on a roll today. Let's go. That are that are kind of quote unquote off this road, right?
Yeah, but like we've been to Dara's like estate before, so and I feel like Velka would kind of like know the way, especially with her weird route thing that she has.
That's only in the city. This is the countryside.
Eh.
No.
No.
But like generally her keeping on being like, okay, are we going down any shady ass like dirt roads?
And you're in Valise. Hold on. 1 second.
You get what I'm trying to do.
You're in Valissima. There is no shady ass roads. I need that as a button.
I have that exact knife, Isabel.
Do you have the whole set?
Yeah, I have the whole set.
Me fucking
The
too.
multicolored knife. I feel like everyone has
Oh, we
those
just
knives.
did this one color, the pistachio green.
Oh.
Yeah, we're
Mine are all like different colors. And they're also
like
fucked
matching.
up by now.
We do not believe in a mixed race household, Luke. They must be all
Oh,
one
my
color.
bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
I like matching. Shut up, you guys.
I
to,
said nothing.
to answer your question,
You can live, Luke.
I could scare you and make you roll a survival check. I'm not going to do that. It looks like you guys are going down the same road that you always go down. It's not like it's like a cluttered like forest or anything like that. It's very open, so you would know if it's like, and it's also down a straight line, more or less. So yeah, you're fine. I promise. Unless the windows are illusions and have been casted upon with magic to make you believe you're going anywhere. But as you open the door, you're going to come outside and you're going to be in the middle of a purifier circle jerk. The door does not open from the inside.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, I think Velka's just generally kind of nervous and the teeniest bit paranoid.
Why are you paranoid?
I wonder. Is Sloan?
I don't
Does she look like Sloan?
You say that to her.
Sure. Give me an insight check or investigation. We'll go with
Slow.
investigation.
Remember when we had this problem in the last campaign and we
We
had
did
to
it
have
so
a
well.
password?
Remember when
We
we
had a
were a
password.
family?
And we had a password and every fucking time
We were so great. It was
we were
the-
good. We handled it so well. Alicia, make a fucking password.
Make a
How
safe
many
word.
arrows does
Yeah.
one have?
Lemon,
Like a safe
wintermelon.
word.
No, that's not it.
14.
Honeymelon, wasn't it?
14.
Honey,
She is.
Honeydew?
Okay, let me break this down. Okay.
Wasn't
Honeydew from
honeymelon?
Yogscast. This was a quiz. This was a question on the quiz. You can always look back later.
From the ant bully?
What? Okay. She's sitting there like that. One of my favorite memes, which is like the dude who's like listening to like music in the gym, and they look like they're about to fucking roid out and like strangle everyone there. You know what I'm talking about? If you don't
Oh,
know what
yeah.
I'm talking about, yeah, and it gets me. They're like,
That's
what is?
the fucking chat, and there's just like the chicks behind him, just like, what is he listening to?
It could be anything. And
Well,
it's like
I
the
thought-
kawaii desu music.
Yeah.
I thought
Yes.
the French woman got kidnapped. Wasn't
No,
that in the
Luke,
summary
Luke,
session?
It was returned.
Luke, shut up. Okay.
Oh, she got
Yeah,
returned.
you'll
okay.
find out. You'll find out.
I got
later.
lost.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, well, thank God you're not lost. You're actually at. You know where you're at, dead in a grave.
I do know.
Don't worry.
In fact.
He's in a marked grave. So
6
it's okay.
feet under.
Goddamn right you are, bitch. But no, she looks pretty intense. This is not something you normally see of her, but generally speaking, just by looking at her from like, you know, are you good type of like look, she looks like Sloane. Maybe not acting entirely like Sloane, but who's to say? People change and develop over time. You know what they say? You don't divorce the same person you marry. That. Shut the
I
fuck
mean,
up. No one heard you! Only I did! She said she was on her period. It does make you active.
I'm a little cronkier on my period. I'm just saying. There's times of the month she could be different.
You're right, and there's no birth control in this world, so like, how can
Is
we
she
regulate
extra
it?
horny?
Who's to say? I don't. Let me see if there's a rule set for that. Gary
Could
Gygax.
be in her Loodle phase. I don't fucking know.
True. Noodle.
I don't know. All of the phases. That's as far as I got.
Well, there's waning and waxing.
You are in the land of vampires.
Pretty close.
You are in the land of vampires. Ah!
They would know.
I want to die. She's like a fucking, like a blood in the water, surrounded by sharks. All right, man. She looks somewhat the same, just from a big thing. She has her metal arm. That's a pretty good giveaway, I would reckon.
I don't think it is.
What?
I feel like you can replicate that.
You'll be ridiculous.
It's fleshy when you touch it. It's warm.
Gross.
Oh, it would be warm. You're so right.
Grab her arm. No context.
Yeah, just grab her arm.
It's romantic. It's romantic.
Dark urge, dark urge, dark urge, dark urge.
You take her hands all nicely.
Are you?
Sure, let's do that. Just to comfort.
Which
him.
hand?
Like two grasp.
You're sitting across from her, not next to her.
Oh, both of
I
them.
assumed so.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's weird.
Because
Well, it's a
carriages are very
carriage.
big.
It's a carriage.
Yeah, it don't matter. You can still sit next to someone in the carriage.
Yeah, you can, but like usually couples sit
awkward.
across from each other. in
Have
the
you seen the
carriage.
Lambruscos, dude? They're built like fucking brick shit houses.
Yeah, but carriages are. I don't know.
Usually
small.
people face each other to talk to each other.
Yeah, sometimes you might even argue the same thing when you're sitting down in a restaurant. that
So
you'd like
when you go
sit
to a
across.
restaurant,
Shut
and
the
there's-
fuck up!
you're in a booth with two people, like a one-man booth. You both fucking sit in the one side of the booth.
No, Davis gets the booth because he's got a big ass.
I do.
It doesn't fit into most restaurant chairs.
Dude, it's really sad. I
There
live
we
such
go.
a sad life. Luke, when we go to the restaurant, we'll just sit on the same side. Isabel can be on the other
Okay.
side. Where were we? I think we were somewhere. Ah, you grab her hand.
Also,
No, no, man.
Rest the hands.
Ah. I got great news for you. One of them is fleshy. You're familiar with that one. The other, the other one is cold and metallic because it is a metal
Okay.
arm. Metallic? Metallica.
Band.
Darkness.
You're familiar with that one too.
Server muted.
But for what it's worth as well, unlike the live-action Avatar: Last Airbender movie, her arm does not switch sides. It's always on the same one. Don't worry. If Silas was impersonating her, not only did he chop off his arm and get a metal replacement, possibly hers, if I think about it now, if he did like kidnap her and like has been pretending to be him, he could have just taken the arm at any point and just put it on himself. Moving past
I
that.
hate this.
Where was I? I was somewhere. Yeah, it's consistent. It's on the right side, left side. I don't know anymore.
It was her right arm, I do believe. Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
I think Velka just like lets out like a little breath once she realizes like, oh, okay, this is like a cold metal hand I recognize, and great, now I can just do this for comfort. Sweet.
I was not joking earlier. She is rather intense, or she looks rather intense, very focused, very much set on a goal.
I'm just gonna rub my like thumbs on the tops of her hands.
She, already not talkative, is even more not talkative. Also, something to note is that in her fleshy hand, we gotta think of a better term for that. 1 second. I don't want to say normal, because that's like ableist, I think. They're handy capable.
In her biological hand.
Whoa! Whoa!
Homegrown.
Homegrown hand.
Her a la
Original?
naturel.
First. It was
Her
there
left
first.
hand.
No.
Yeah, her left hand also works. That's true.
No.
Me too.
Her leftover hand. So in her leftover hand, because I can't think of words, I literally called a nightstand a night in last night.
He did.
The night end.
The night end. I was scared. I thought it
They're
was like an
called
ancient
end
weapon.
tables. It's not that bad.
Dude, I fucked up. It's okay. Luke and I discovered a new magic item from that.
Yeah, we did.
Mhm.
Where was I? Stop distracting me.
Something in her left hand.
Yes, it's the coin that was flipped. For what it's worth. That's also cold. So it's not just like a little fleshy thing that Silas did. You're welcome for that. She doesn't have much to say, unless there's anything you want to say to her.
I think it's just a quiet ride. Just some nice silence. Just went through a whole thing. Yeah.
Sounds good. Here we go.
Velka's leg is very bouncy.
Certified man activities.
Being restless.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also missing an arm. Balka and Sloan, that's you too. That's you and then me with a funny voice. Arrive at the estate. The sun shining, glistening on the moistened crops of all the nearby farms because it was raining. Oh my God! Look, life. It's very beautiful and natural. Sir Lazarus, that's the guy driving the cart, directs the carriage to the guest house. The guy that you're not familiar with. He takes you to somewhere on the property. Don't worry about it. Where you can see on this patio, not a patio, a patio, very different. At this nice, what's the word I'm looking for? What's that art form where they take tiny little tiles and they do a pattern out of it? It's not mosaic.
Fresco?
That's why I keep you around. Your autism is bountiful. And you can see sitting at this table with some tea, playing cards. You see none other than Arwen Greywind, Dasha Lambrusco, Preacher. He doesn't have a cool name. I'm sorry.
Nice.
And then Valentina Lamorte. And you can see that they're just chilling, having a great time. A grand ol' gallo. Gallo? Oh my
I'm happy
God.
for them.
The carriage pulls up. Arwen, you just see a carriage. This blackened carriage, very gothic, very vampiric, something you would understand. And you're like, ooh, perchance, could this be the man himself and not just an astral projection? The door opens up and you see none other than two gays. It is up to you if you want to hate crime them. I'll let you decide now.
Lesbians.
Hate crime.
Are you hate criming?
What do you mean by hate criming?
Oh no, you're gonna like Eldritch Blast them?
No.
Okay.
Not this time.
So this carriage rolls up to the guest house. Balka and Sloan see the group of 4 people. Those could also all be Silas if you think about it.
Velka looks stressed.
For what it's worth, Arwen, you 2 things. You've just had your ass kicked over and over again by Valentina. She's a cheat at cards. She's an actual cheat at cards. You can't prove it, but you know it. You know it. You know it. The same every time you're playing cards with her, it's like playing chess with Elias, but you don't know what's going on. Because you're not proficient in cards, are you?
He's not.
Oh, get fucked, idiot. You're just circles around your head. But don't worry, nothing is actually being bet. At some point, you know, Dasha was like, let's play strip poker, and then everyone was like, that's very funny, and then Preacher was like, I'm wearing so many things, you can't take this from me. He's got his special underwear on and
Do you know
everything.
how long it would take to put this all back on?
The other thing is that Dasha, that's right, Dasha squeezes your hand as preparing you to remind you of what you two had planned. Do you remember?
I do.
Okay, good.
It was just yesterday.
I want to make sure, man! It wasn't even 12 hours ago.
It wasn't that long ago.
The lesbians, you see them. Are you going to get out immediately? You're going to take your time to get out? You're going to wait until Lazarus goes, hello, I'm Uber, you have to pay me now? What are you doing?
I'm assuming that we are exiting the carriage.
You do so. I'll allow it.
Are we paying Lazarus? I don't assume so. I thank him.
Wow, Peter, this tea is so good. Did I teach you to make
How
this tea?
far away are all the goobers?
I mean, they're like over there. Basically, once the wagon, I'm just changing up words now. Once the carriage moves out of the way, you're like a couple, like a what is it, a stone's throw away. Oh my God, I'm locked in right now, dude. No one can take this. I've got all the southern sayings in my fucking pocket.
Okay, once Velka clocks. Oh, Arwen, she starts running towards
Running,
the table.
you say? That's
Yeah.
really strange.
We need to like get him.
Use your words. Are you taking the girl with you?
I mean, yeah. Unless she wants to
You're
stay
faster.
there, I guess.
No, you're faster than her. I'm just asking if you're like running away without her. You're gonna be like, you can catch up. Like,
I'll run at her pace.
That's so nice of you. 1 second.
There's a sense of urgency.
Come on in. Come on. He's a terrorist. He's a known war criminal in Bolivia. Not only is he a war criminal, he's also black. Alright, he's good now. Okay, sense of... With a sense of urgency, Arwen, you see sprinting at you, not like a normal person. Valka and Sloane. What is your reaction to her sprinting? We're talking like clopping. She's running at Mach speed as much as what Mach speed is. You have any reaction? You're just like, oh my god.
Cheers, Valka.
That is fair. Okay. You get to the table. The 4 people, well, I can't speak on Arwen's behalf. The 3 other people that I do control, look at you with like, what the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa! Like, whoa, like what's going on here? Like, who we fighting? Who we gunning down?
Velka is going to grab Arwen's arm and tell
Hey!
Arwen, you have to contact Oxygen right now. You have to contact Captain Oxygen.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Silas has Elias's corpse. He's puppeteering it. Amadeus was right. Elias's soul was never attached. He never moved on to the oh my god, I'm having a stroke. That Alicia. He never moved on to the afterlife. Silas is using Necromancer's thread to try to slaughter half of Praith.
Oh my god. You should sit down. I will contact Oxen.
Is there an open seat?
Preacher offers.
He stands
his chair.
up.
No, Preacher off. See, remember, Luke, he's a good Southern boy.
I suppose she will sit down then.
He stands up. Sloane, you could have my chair. Get them some tea. He points at Preacher.
He does so. No complaints.
Arwen will message Oxton.
I will count.
Valka is freaking out. Apparently, even allegedly,
Good news.
Silas has Elias's body under his control with some kind of necromancy. Ah.
You have 5 words left.
He's trying to use Necromancer's thread to slaughter half of Praith. Anyone who's interacted with the interstice has a 50-50 shot at whether they live or die. And everyone who hasn't interacted with the interstice, he's been using Esme, Yule, and I to infect everyone else with the Necromancer's thread.
He's using crazy magic. I'm ending it there.
It ends with
So
I.
just I.
Period.
Period. I'm.
You get a response quickly this time. Normally there's some downtime, and all it is I'm on my way.
I didn't tell him where we were. He'll figure it. Well, he knows where I am.
Yeah.
He knows. Yeah, because he knew that Valka was going to the estate.
No, he knows all.
He knows. It gets worse. He says the consuming rot is an entity, a reservoir, and a hive mind, and that he's the embodiment of it. And he gets to choose who lives or dies in this event that he's trying to make happen.
Someone interrupts and says condemning.
Oh yeah, condemning, not consuming. Condemning.
That is important. Thank you, Sloan.
Thank you, Sloan.
Okay, can you go over how people get infected again? You went really fast.
So, everyone who's ever interacted with the interstice, so you, pointing at like everyone else who applies at the table, which I'm pretty sure is everyone, other than like Dasha, and anyone who that doesn't apply to, he's using Esme, Yule, and I to spread Necromancer's thread. So anyone we've touched and anyone who has touched them is infected.
I'm back. Actually, I guess while we're waiting, Shrine and Ashlyn. As you guys are just kind of chilling, you see Oxen stands up, grabs his things, starts putting on his swords and everything. And as he's like, buckling everything, strapping everything down, he calls out loud, he goes, "Lieutenant Amadeus, we're going on a road trip." And Amadeus looks at him and goes, "Oh boy, how fun!" And like slinks out of his chair. Just the two of us? Is this your plot to kill me and bury me out in the countryside? Oxy just looks at him. It doesn't say anything and just kind of like squints a little bit. Right, I suppose that makes sense. I think you probably find me more useful alive than dead. I appreciate it. You're a generous god. I would bow down and kiss your toes, but not for me. Anyone else coming with us? Or is it just the two of... I'm honestly still a bit scared. Oxen looks at, I would say looks at you, Shrine and Ashlyn. It seems that something happened to Volka on the way between the courthouse and the estate. Are you two wanting to come along? Alright. He turns to address the rest, which would be Lancelot, Merlin, Arthur, and Eska at this point. I don't know how long we'll be gone for, but should anything come up, Amadeus will message you, Eska. We'll still plan to be there at sundown tomorrow. And all of them just kind of give him some form of reaffirming statement, and then 4 of you, 2 on each horse, head off towards the or following Oxen, which he's going to Dara's estate. And we'll cut back to that in a little bit.
Lucas, do you need me to repeat anything? I know you got cut off.
No, you're good.
Okay.
But I do need you to repeat everything, because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Is that Arwen saying that to Volka?
Yeah. So, let me get this straight. So, anyone who is interacted with the interstice, or you, and...
Me, Esme, or you have touched. And anyone who has touched those people who we've touched, it's spreading like a disease. That plague that was going on in Faraway, that wasn't a plague. That was him test running this.
What's his plan there? Just to make everyone sick and die?
He wants to kill so many people to try to improve magic, like a survival of the fittest type situation. The weak will die out, leaving only like the strong.
Oh. And what is the people with the interstice? What does that come into play? Because you said you kind of separated both camps, but they affects them the same way?
Yes. It's just 2 different ways that it's applied.
Okay.
He's using Elias's body to like... He's using Necromancer's thread like through Elias, it seems like. I'm pretty sure. Alicia, I'm pretty sure.
Oh god. Okay. That's a lot to take in.
Well, Sloan and I were leaving the courthouse after everyone, because we're getting sent here, because Dara mangled and then killed one of the apostles.
Who? I know Dara is.
Let me check what his name was. Amet Akbaba. one of the
Sure.
apostles of House Discontent. Killed him.
Okay.
So
What about-
Darkassin is getting summoned. But while Sloan and I were leaving the courthouse to go get our carriage, I saw Elias out in the crowd, so I approached him. I was confused. And he spoke to me, and then when I turned around, Silas had Sloan. And Silas escorted all, I guess, 4 of us to a cafe, and he just told me everything. Because there's nothing we can do about it now.
He's very confident. Okay. He told you everything. But did he
I'm
tell you
sure
every-
not everything, but he told me a lot. He can also choose who specifically lives and dies from this as well. So he's gonna keep Hugo alive. He's gonna keep all of the fucking 9.
What about us? Is he gonna kill us himself, or what kind of situation is this?
I think he's gonna leave us up to the coin flip. I think he's sadistic like that.
Oh, okay. The interstice, and so this is. You said he was the embodiment.
He said he was the
Of-
embodiment of the condemning rot.
So there's gods at play.
I feel like it has something to do with his resurrection, but he wouldn't tell me when I asked. Like how he came back.
To myself, I gave him Bam cube. I looked up to make sure it wasn't harm. I think it's that Bam.
50-50.
He ran away with it to the other room. Really cute.
Supplies to so many people.
Which makes sense. That's what
Valkyrie
it was.
just looks
I just want
stressed.
to make sure, there wasn't any preservatives.
How
I
did the
touched so many
trial
people.
go?
Well, Dara ripped apart one of the apostles, so not well. I'm still here though, so
Well, that's good.
Darkassin is getting summoned, and it's gonna go through again.
Perfect. So we planned for. We'll put him in the box, and then we'll deal with the rest.
So we're
People-
planning
Everyone
on.
looks different, by the way.
Oh!
Physically.
Tell me about that. Paint me a mind picture.
Well, Davis took away my agency, so Davis, go on.
Oh, Yarwood, I didn't even realize.
You see framing his face and like going down beneath like his shirt collar, you see this gemstone dragon scales. Also his eyes look more serpentine like, draconic in nature. Also still purple, just the slits and everything.
What's going on with that?
Dragon stuff.
The other eye looks like the other one, like the prosthetic. And you can see as he's talking, it's like slowly like being pushed out of his face.
Are you?
And then you hear a pop and it falls off. Or falls
Oh.
out. And you see beneath it a new eye that looks similar to the other draconic one.
Can you see?
Or when you go, oh! And you like catch it.
He catches it.
Did that feel weird?
Dasher
Would you
looks
like
at
to know whether boy? Yeah, it did feel weird.
Dasher looks at you. Oh no, honey, you've dropped your eye.
Oh no, I do that all the time.
You're so clumsy.
Give it to me, I'll hold on to it.
That is weird. Here.
Thank you. For what it's worth, I hate to interject whatever's happening right now. It looks like a lot happened. What's important, though, for me to break down is you said that Dara murdered one of the apostles?
Yes. scroll back up to his name one more time. Ahmet Akbaba of House Discontent.
Interesting.
I don't know exactly what prompted this. I turned around and he was there.
My brother wouldn't just murder an apostle without cause.
He said his family was getting threatened. I don't know how though.
What happened at the court? What did they do anything? Did they bring anything? Did they show you anything? Do any weird vampire shit? You know.
Well, they were questioning me about like a lot of stuff, asking me like how I got to like this point and everything. Nothing really weird happened that I saw with Dara. He was at the back of the courtroom with the rest of the party, and then he was up front with the rest of us. And after he turned Ahmet to ash, he had all of the other apostles vote. And I don't know, did Velka like hear what everyone's vote was? I forget if that was something she heard. And Hamish was the only one that voted against, right?
Hamish, and yes.
Hamish? Oh yeah, Hamish. Dayu, Vladislav, those two, they voted that I shouldn't be executed, but Hamish of House Hubris was opposed to that, which is why Darkassin is getting called.
Okay.
How are we going to put him in a box?
Arwen looks at Asha.
The box is not something that you put into willingly most of the time. There
It's
is
a ritual.
more or less, it requires majority of the family's power. And the person being put in the box has to be in a weakened state. A more submissive state.
Dara gave me this before the trial, and Velka pulls out the little vial of cyanide. He said it would kill vampires, but it'll lose its potency at the end of the day. Could we potentially use this to bring Darkassin down a peg?
She looks at the vial. Do you mind?
Go ahead.
She takes it and then you watch as she uncorks it and smells it. She like looks down at it. No, that's just, for the lack of a better term, venom.
Venom from what? Velka like takes it back.
Yara's fangs.
Oh.
So it
Alright.
won't work on Darkassin anyways. Good try.
It won't
though.
even like make him weaker or anything.
It'd be like being bitten by a cat. More of an annoyance.
Okay. So we're gonna have to fight him and then put him in a box.
There is likely no we here in this situation.
It'll just be me and you.
Just Velka
Oh, not
and Arwen?
not just the rest of us, of course.
Okay.
Nope, just me and you. We've got this. You have the last magician on your side.
Alrighty.
No, but it wouldn't be wise for most people here to fight him. He does wield the fucking sun. Not like metaphorically, like literally.
Yeah.
More or less.
Oh boy.
He is a definitely a threat, but unfortunately not one that most vampires, even the rest of the Lambruscos, can withstand. We all innately have some form of magic, but the closer to the firstborn you are, or in terms of being firstborn, the more potent the magic. So Louis has next to none. I have a middle amount, but Darkassin has most of it.
So what's do we have a plan for this yet? When are we gonna do this? During the trial?
I don't know, whatever else is appropriate.
If I know anything about Dara, is that if he's rightfully pissed off, for whatever reason, enough to kill an apostle, that means something is threatening him. If something's threatening him, it's like backing a viper into a corner, and he will think of every other option, and then take a bite.
Understood.
It is... If Darkassin is actually on his way, then I would expect a fight to break out soon.
Okay, so prepared for that, is what I'm hearing.
Oh my... So, I actually haven't seen Dara in quite some time. I didn't even hear him coming back to the estate, so I don't know where he's at right now. I assume you don't have any other knowledge on that as well. Arwen, did you tell Dasha about the, Okay.
I don't think Velka was told where he was going, was she?
No, he just left.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
He was like covered in blood, just left the courthouse.
No, we were sent, just to the manor here. He thought it would be, the safest for us to be at the moment.
Right. Well, as best as said, but eventually Dara will probably make his appearance, and same with Captain Oxton and Lieutenant Amadeus.
For now, I think you should try your best, obviously, to just relax and collect your thoughts here.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
When does the next court date?
You don't know.
Okay, I was like, was it tomorrow or unsure?
Well, we can plan until then.
There is a spare room here in this house if you wish to try to find some rest. You seem exhausted.
It is evening, isn't it?
It's it's like later in the afternoon, but I mean, it was a pretty exhausting day in terms of like mental exhaustion and physical. And emotional.
I think we should probably stick around, or at least I should stick around until Captain Oxton and Lieutenant Amadeus and the rest of the party get here, so we can update them on what's happening.
Very well. He then looks over to Sloane and like puts a reassuring hand on her leg. Because Sloane has been pretty quiet and it seems like kind of staring off into the distance. And Valka, you notice that like she doesn't jump necessarily, but just kind of seems snapped out of it. And Dasha and Sloane look at each other, and you can tell some form of a conversation is being had, and you see this look of happiness from Dasha's side of things, and this look of relief from Sloane. I will remind you that from last session, Sloane had mentioned they haven't really talked about it.
Fighting, yeah. Okay, I'm glad they seem to be in a good place.
Valentina looks at you, Arwen. Well, this was a lot. I'm gonna go and survey the perimeters.
Have fun.
Preacher looks at this, then looks at her. I will accompany you. And then he picks up his his quote unquote instrument case, his instrument of violence. And the
Instrument of violence.
the two walk away.
Violence.
Yes.
What do we want? No more violence. When do we want it? Now. They think we're protesting violence.
Dasha turns back to you, Valka. Well, if if Captain Oxton and whoever else he's bringing is on their way, even right now, they won't be here for at least a couple hours, even at full sprint.
Okay. Yeah. I think we have time to kind of relax then. I think I'm gonna go take a bath in that case.
Dasher looks at Sloane. How about you take a walk with me? And Sloane, still a bit like inner trance, a little bit, nods, and the two walk off together.
Before she goes, Velka will just kind of like, I'll meet up back with you later.
Nods.
Sloan, yeah. And Velka will go to bathe. I don't remember if any of the viscera got on Velka as well.
I mean, yeah, the body was thrown in your direction like a slab of meat. Not that I'm saying I have any expertise in the matter, but when a body falls a distance, and there's like some, gusher effect.
Gosh.
And we'll go clean the viscera off of my shelf.
Is it just Arwen?
Yeah.
Okay.
In
Is
your
it there?
demons.
His demon. Well, his one demon.
Yeah.
For now.
While you're sitting there on the patio, not to be confused with the patio, two different things. You see, kind of just manifesting in the a seat next to you. You see magician. This day could not be full of any more surprises.
I know. 2 world-ending threats.
Well,
Or
Not
one
even your
universe.
what even if what she is saying is true, it would not take out all the population. So is it really world ending?
No, I guess it's world-threatening.
Yeah,
About
not
that.
even that though. Most of there are only a few amount of people who can actually interact with the interstice. Maybe a third of the population. Maybe. You have to think about it this way. If it is affecting all of those who can touch it, it means those who have innate magic. Humans typically do not. Orcs do not. Dwarves do not. Some elves do, some elves don't. So, the amount of people who can already cast spells is already pretty slim. Those who can cast higher level spells, even slimmer. I'm not saying that it's still not a world-ending threat per se, or I'm not saying that it's not a catastrophe should it go through, but to call it world-ending, small potatoes.
So, let's see.
Also, from what I am able to observe of this Silas individual, he seems to be more full of himself than anything. Could be
I
one.
do think he's rather cocky, especially explaining all of his plans to Volka.
There is a difference between cockiness and arrogance. In this case, I do not think he is cocky. I think he is. I think if he told her about everything that will happen, it means that he has reached a point where nothing can stop him, nothing short of divine intervention. And it does not seem like the divine will be intervening anytime soon. For what it is worth as well, it is, I think, maybe a little bit more terrifying that she claims that he is a embodiment of one of the rots. It means
Yeah, that was rather concerning.
it would be like saying that
The
time
implications.
is a poisson. Who knows? At this time, we have little information to go off of outside of a, well, small meeting between what appears to be family.
Yeah, and I haven't actually talked to him much. I don't really know his vibe.
Well, if he is anything like his mother and his brother, then it is safe to say that maybe he is of similar footing at the very least. He should not be taken lightly.
True.
I am starting to think that the Kotzenbox are a troublesome bunch. Cool. What is your plan now, besides watching your friend who is a girl, who is not your girlfriend, walk away with a friend that is a girl that is your friend's girlfriend?
Well, I guess I'm gonna think of a plan of putting a ancient vampire into a box, and then I will do said thing.
Best of luck. Let me know if there is anything I can do to help.
You already know your role in this.
Uh-huh. He vanishes. Volka, you find this guest house is probably, quote unquote, guest house is about on par of what your family's house is. So you're able to find this, like, the side bedroom that was mentioned, and this small bath chambers as well, and be able to find relaxation in warm water. Was there anything else you want to do, or are you just taking your time?
Yeah, taking my time, cleaning the viscera, and I think her mind is just running. She's thinking of every single person she's ever hugged.
About 2.5 hours later, a couple things happen. First of all, Valentina and Preacher make their grand reappearance, and they're the ones who tell you, Arwen, that they saw the horseback in the distance, or the oxen and the rest of the group horseback in the distance. As well as at some point before that, Dasha and Sloane came back, and they seemed rather chummy, the two of them. When they walked away, they were like, a considerable distance away from one another, but as they walk back, you can see that they're pretty much like interlocked. Their imaginary beef no more. Bulk, at some point you finish your bath, and get dressed again, and all of you guys wait as you see the cavalry appearing on horseback. At this point, it is a little, I would say it's early in the evening. The sun is set, or is setting, and as they ride up, you guys see not only is Oxen there, but so is Amadeus, Shrine, and Ashlyn. They get off their horses and regroup with you lot. Oxen immediately sequesters Balka and Arwen away from the group to talk to you guys more, and then Ashlyn and Shrine, you guys are there as well. Amadeus is kind of leaning on the maybe one of the columns of the house, while Preacher, Dasha, Sloane, and Valentina mingle amongst themselves, kind of listening in the background, like, oh, where are you shopping? Oxton looks at the two of you, Balka and Arwen. Alright, now that you don't have a word limit, what exactly is going on?
You should talk to the first hand source.
When we all were separated, while Sloane and I were going towards our carriage, I saw Elias in the crowd of people, and I was like, "That's weird." So we approached him, and we started talking. And when I turned around, Silas was there. He had Sloane. He had his hand on her shoulder. There was nothing I could do to stop the situation. And he brought us to a cafe, and he told me this insane plan that he has. Basically, he's trying to leave the fate of all of Praith up to a coin flip. He has Elias's corpse. Amadeus was right. Elias's soul never went to the afterlife. I think it's stuck to his body. Silas has him, and he's using Necromancer's thread to kind of like try and do this. So, sorry, I'm getting a little flustered trying to like manage my words. So everyone who's ever interacted with the Interstice, their fate will be left up to this like coin flip. And everyone who hasn't interacted with the Interstice, he's using me, Esme, and Yule to spread Necromancer's thread to everyone that we've ever touched, and everyone who's ever touched those people. So it's spreading to everyone like a disease. The disease, the plague that was going on in Faraway, that wasn't a real plague. That was Silas. That was him test running this. And I guess he's at a point now where he can't be stopped, which is why he decided to tell me all this. He says that he's the embodiment of the condemning rot. He says it's an entity, a reservoir, and a hive mind. He also has the ability to choose when he decides to enact this event. He has the ability to choose who lives and dies.
Alright, I see. Is there anything else to add?
When it was all over, he took Sloane away and had her flip a coin, and apparently she lost the coin flip. I'm pretty sure that's still Sloane. Her arm is still her arm. It's the metal one that Elias made for her. So I don't think he's like... We should come up with some way to identify each other, I think.
I think, fortunately for us, don't think Silas has mastered the art of disguising his thoughts. Meaning, if we have some way of probing into people's minds, whether it be Aska or any other form of magic, it would be pretty hard to disguise it at that level. I think, as it stands, coming up with a code word, anything like that, might be useful at the start, but should Silas seriously take anyone, there is no way saying that he won't find a way to violate that sense of security. In my years, I've fought in doppelgangers and shapeshifters, and there's a certain point where blind trust is your only guardian. Amadeus like looks at him from his leaning stance. Go make sure the girl's alright. And Amadeus nods and walks over to the table. And you guys hear him say, Sloane, for your safety and for the rest of everyone else's, I would like to perform a private examination, make sure that you are who you say you are, and also to make sure that you are healthy. I need to make sure that there is no lasting marks. And she looks at you, not really for guidance, Valka, but more as like a sense of like reassurance.
Kind of like give her like a nod, like No, go ahead.
As she stands up, she briefly makes eye contact with you, Arwen, before following Amadeus into the house. For what it is worth, too, Volka. Not that I don't trust you, but likewise, after Solon has been examined, you're up next.
Okay. This is so paranoia-inducing. Felix is just like rubbing her face.
I have some information, not at all pertaining to this, but I do think it's interesting.
Well,
I'll wait for Isabel, because she's probably interested in it. Has to do with the sorrowing, so she's invested in that plotline.
Look at that black menace. He just shit, and look at him in the doorway. Klaus, come here. He didn't shit.
I fucking love the "Are you pooping" sign.
Oh yeah. Big brother, are you pooping? Are you shitting in our lad?
Literally 1984.
It is 1984. All right, spill it, Arwen.
So, while you all were away, I did some cool dragon things with Valentina, and I learned some things about the sorrowing, and I thought you'd all be interested.
Can we react to how he looks first?
Oh yeah.
Sure.
You know, like we showed up and she was all like, Silas, hi. And, like, we didn't even like look at you, and then like now you're talking. So
Yeah.
we're gonna like turn towards you and be like, oh my gosh. Are you going through puberty? Like, what is
Yes,
that?
dragon puberty. I've grown my all hairs.
Oh, that's a moth thing? Fairies do
No,
that?
it's a
Cool.
dragon thing, apparently. It's in
You're
my
a dragon
blood.
now. Cool.
It's in my blood.
Yeah, that makes sense. You've always looked.
Does it hurt?
No,
Is it itchy?
it is kind of itchy.
Yeah, my poke it. Is it hard like rock?
Oh yeah.
I think you look great.
Thank you.
I think you look swell. Keep it
I
up.
feel swell.
Good work. You should cover your whole self with that stuff. It looks cool.
Thank you.
Ribbed for her pleasure.
He is
And-
ribbed for her pleasure.
Banned. Absolutely not ribbed for anyone's pleasure.
Electric chair.
Nobody likes those.
Freaky people. Continue, Arwen.
All right. So, I learned a lot of information, but the information you would all like to know is that the dragons, specifically the metallic and the gem dragons, sided with the giants during the sorrowing, and that the reason that the sorrowing started was because the Titankin and the dragons tried to warn the gods of some kind of threat. I don't know the threat, don't ask me.
How did that start a war?
Maybe it's like the embodiment of some magical rot or something. Who knows?
Who knows? Maybe it's what Silas is trying to do right now.
There's so many things happening out there. Could be anything.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, there's a lot of things going on with the gym dragons. Wow, it's a lot, let me tell you. The magicians started as an ancient order of the gym dragon god. I forgot his name already. Sardior. And then they allied with the Earth Titan and Bahamut later. So the Earth stuff is, by relative standards, new, I think. Or kind of.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
And Bahamut's fucking dead. He was killed in, like, the astral plane to the Watchers. Killed by the Watchers. They're existential and scary, and I don't know what to think about them.
Who's Bahamut again?
The dragon god of metallic dragons, so the good ones.
It's a little bit more
Okay.
than that, but I'll break it down really fast for you. 1 second.
Something like Justice 2, but we don't care about that. Not important to the story.
They are they're the Platinum Dragon, and their domain is Justice and Order.
So it's the metallic dragon god. Specifically, it is the platinum dragon.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that's his title.
Okay.
Their title? I don't actually know. They're dead.
They're
Was
called the
one.
platinum
Gender
dragon.
doesn't matter when you're dead.
They are the platinum. They are the platinum
Which
dragon.
means,
Yeah. Go on.
Asgorath, the dragon graveyard, has access to Bahamut.
That's not fun.
No. Also, that's really bad. Just in general, all the dragons at this point are pretty much there. We pretty much sealed that fate by killing our last one. And also, the reason I have these is because my lineage goes back to the Amethyst Dragons, which are like the first somewhere. They got split off. They were unknown for a long time, and I'm really cool and awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? Anything else, Davis, that I missed that they would want to know from all that?
Sardior is still alive, I guess, and is still waging a war in the outer
Yeah.
near the outer planes. And also they are losing said war with Bahamut dying. I don't think there's anything else. And then you can, if you want, I don't know if you were purposely hiding them, but Sun and Void dragons.
Oh yeah, those exist. Sun and Void Dragons do exist. They can't hurt you, and I don't know much about them.
Great.
Except for that Magician and Valentina have some kind of shared heritage, or they do have a shared lineage to a Sun Dragon.
And you mentioned that the Amethyst dragons were the first to become the magicians, and then
That's what it was. Yeah, I didn't mention that, but that's what it was. First become the magicians, and then they kind of petered out. They're the first to also peter out.
Oh, and then the curse about how they're every time that one of the remember the curse, quote unquote, where like the Amethyst dragons would take a hold and have magician after magician, and then they just all died out. And then the next one was like maybe like the Emerald dragon, and then they
Yeah.
Oh, and then you found the ley line.
No, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Okay, that's fine.
That's for us. That's for us.
Oh, that's for us boys.
That's for us boys.
Okay.
Any questions?
So the sorrowing started because the Titans and Dragonkin were trying to warn the gods of some kind of threat. You don't know what that is.
Correct.
The metallic and gem dragons sided with the giants.
Correct.
The gem dragons are... Where did I write that? They're Siardor? I can't remember how to pronounce his name. Siardor, the gem dragon god, is still alive, waging war. A war that they are losing in the outer planes.
Yep.
Bahamut, the metallic dragon god, aka the platinum dragon, is dead. It was killed in the astral plane by the Watchers.
Mm-hmm.
Asgroth, the dragon graveyard, has access to Bahamut. Why is that important?
Oh, because we're gonna have to seal. I have to seal that away. I don't know if you know that.
What is it doing with its body?
I don't know. Killing things.
Like the
don't
same
know.
way that like Silas has Elias's
Yeah,
body,
you
like
know-
using the magic for it.
Actually, you know who has access to that fucking graveyard? Silas
Yeah.
does.
And my
Yes,
sister.
that is pertinent. And then your lineage goes back to the Amethyst Dragons. Sun and Void Dragons exist, period. And solar. Don't forget about those.
No, it's one
And
the same.
solar?
Sun.
Sun and solar are the same thing.
Sun. Gotcha.
Yeah, the sun and the void
I
dragon.
didn't hear sun. I just heard void.
Oh no.
Okay.
And then Magician and Valentina have a shared lineage, the Sun Dragon. So the magicians,
Yes.
what association do they have to the Amethyst Dragon? I think you said.
So the gym dragons are the original, like they're an ancient order of the gym dragons, right? And the amethysts were the
The
first
magician-
magicians, but they all died, and they kept on going through each gym dragon type, I guess you could say.
That's a good way to put it.
The magicians were an ancient order belonging to the Gem Dragons,
Yes,
and the Amethyst Dragons were the original magicians.
yes. And at some point, Asgaroth got so powerful from the multiple ceilings that they had to ally themselves with the Earth Titan and bomb it.
Something to note as well, Luke. This is just for your own knowledge.
Mhm.
In case you. So the Sun Dragons and the Void Dragon are different than the Gemstone, the Chromatic. And
Yeah,
the
they're kind of
Metallic.
their own.
They're
They're
separate
both in
things.
their own category.
Correct. Magician, notably, is not related to any of the Gemstone Dragons. He is related to the Sun Dragon. Up until Magician, allegedly, from what Valentina told you, they were
Mhm.
all Gemstone Dragons. This is just maybe something that dawned on you, where he's the first to break the pattern. He was also, as we were told as
Oh.
well, the first to reaching the closest to sealing it away
Yeah, he
permanently.
was. Yeah, I do remember that. I'll put that in my notes actually. That he was the closest.
Likewise, sealing away Asgaroth isn't doing anything good for like the dragon kind, as you know, because
Yeah.
everyone who dies goes there. Meaning that eventually they would reach still the same point of extinction. Oh, and just as well, I don't know if you want to share this. Remember, Asgaroth was like the grave tender for the dragons, but then was corrupted.
Yeah. I'll share that. I just didn't know if anyone really was like too invested in that.
Hello, I'm back.
All the information, the better. Hello. Return of the Dragon. Do we know how he was corrupted?
No,
No,
been a
you
long
do.
time.
No, you do.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, you don't remember the exact purpose behind anything like that, but it was the chromatic dragons.
Oh, gotcha.
Valentina specifically said they were probably trying to corrupt it to bring back Tiamat, but who knows at this point anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, so much bad things all back to back.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm not sure on the details of exactly how Silas is doing this. I know he's using Necromancer's Thread. I don't know if that's in combination with something. It probably is.
Well, considering he has an entire dragon graveyard to pull on, I think he has plenty of magical power.
Yeah.
It's got a whole battery.
He also has the hand now. His
Oh, did he
yappy
use that?
hand. Sorry, what'd you say?
Did he use that anymore?
No, he didn't. It was vaguely threatened.
Hmm. All right. Well, those are our existential dreads.
Hmm.
So now to business, if you will. How are we going to weaken Darkasson enough to put him in the fucking box? Like Roddy Rich. Sorry, something
I
possessed
can
me there.
only hit stuff really hard repeatedly.
That's nice, sweetie.
Dasha speaks up from the bleachers.
Mhm.
Like I was saying earlier, if Dara is invested in it, that means he's probably plotting something that will succeed.
It
He
would be nice if
wasn't-
he shared that with us.
It would be nice if we knew where he was at, but unfortunately, he does his own
Mm.
thing. I would not be surprised
What
if you don't know what the plan is until you are until
In
it is
it.
needed for you to know.
what happened, by the way, at the court? Why did Dara, you know,
I don't fucking know.
Ashlyn, you saw this.
turning to the other people?
Oh. That was because someone had cut out his children's tongues and severed his wife's finger and put it in a vial with a vial of blood with a ring.
Should we check on them?
I think that's what Dara is going to do.
They're probably kidnapped. Do tongues of Dampier grow back?
Turning to Dasha.
I think what is being confused is that Dampiers, they're not necessarily Dampiers. Those children, they are a little bit different. It's not the same as like a vampire
That's true.
having relations with a mortal. We are the founding vampires, so they're more closer to vampirism than they are humanity, or you would say humanity, mortals.
Okay.
But to actually give you an answer, they should grow back. The only thing they can't really grow back is their hearts, technically.
All right. That's rather concerning.
I suppose I should let you in now that I know what's happening a little bit more. In Santi Voce Court, in Vampiric Society, at least at this level, if it was presented to him on a silver platter, it means that this is a message, more of like receiving a really fucked up version of a letter. Which is to say that this was a formal declaration of war. What confuses me is that if Ahmet Akbaba was the one who confessed to the crime, Ahmet is not a part of House Hubris. Which means... Because you said House Discontent.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I have in my notes.
Which means that was not Darkassen's house that has declared war on House Avarice.
And that belongs to
Oh.
House Envy, right?
Correct. Which means that would be Rin's doing.
But we do fucking hate Ren, so.
We do fucking hate Rin. So this leaves us with two things. Either Rin is a rogue agent, likely, or Rin has decided to cuddle up with Darkassen, even more likely. I will do what has always worked out best for me, which is wait for Dara to figure things out.
Well.
Well, indeed. At this point, Amadeus and Sloane exit the house. It's been quite some time. Amadeus, like reassuringly, pats her on the back and then looks at you, Arwen,
I thought so.
and gives you the. It's penis
He walks
inspection
over.
day, Oxton. I mean, I have to know. Do the scales match the drapes?
Publish the document.
This is scientific journal, and Oxton just waving him off because that's nice.
They're gonna kick me out of small penis club.
No, man.
No, dude.
No.
Tragedy.
Man. Arwen, do you
He does.
move on up?
Yeah.
Your penis inspection day is the next, Volker, don't you worry. He opens the door for you, Arwen, and then smiles.
Oh, what a gentleman.
Oh, yes. Watch out, I might even... Never mind. Oh my god, are you in a maid outfit? Woo! He closes the door. Alright, let's get down to the brass tacks. He walks you to the back of the house. I'm gonna take Luke away for a minute.
But do you want to move me down a chat?
I'm moving Luke.
Now watch this drive.
Now watch his drive.
Now watch this fucking drive.
That's so smart, you should. This is...
I get the music. Ah, ah, ah.
I'll turn my camera back on.
I didn't mean to tell you.
Yeah. He just pats the bed, like...
He
Let's
sits
talk.
down.
Let's talk.
Yeah, we can talk. I'm assuming it's about Sloane.
You know, it's not very often that in my lifetime I have someone in my room undressed and they scream at me, "No, no, don't look." Oh,
Yeah.
do you care to explain why you didn't tell me almost immediately after you found out, you fucking rapscallion?
Well, we were getting high and drunk and dressed up.
You didn't want to ruin the vibes.
I didn't want to ruin the
Alright,
vibes.
mad respect. Dap me up.
But it's only been, I mean, maybe a day and a little bit since I've learned, so I really haven't had this information for much longer than you have.
Well, she told me you were going to tell me eventually, so I'm not super pissed. I think we just need to talk about what I found. What, as it appears now, in its current state, is that it is seemingly cosmetic. There is no routine, there is no melding, or no sight of melding, just a red spiral.
Okay.
Which
That's
is strange. Well, yes and no. With tattoos, for instance, I am able to see the ink, or feel the ink, as the best way for me to describe it. This is not that. This seems to be something that transcends both physicality and, I suppose, metaphysicality, which is to say, quite frankly, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, I didn't either. I looked at it really hard. Did she give you the story?
Mm-hmm. Very strange.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It threw me off. with
It
that
seems
story.
like a combination of all of the fucked up people that we've been dealing with.
I just don't know what Silas would get by doing this. Quite frankly, it doesn't seem like his MO.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But is it Spiral's MO? We don't really know much about him.
Correct. And what makes this even stranger is I don't understand why there was another Volca at the castle, and as much as I like to give Silas credit for being this master manipulator, I don't think he can change how someone feels. Well, I'm sure he can, but I mean, like, in, a non-magical sense. It is in our benefit that Sloane is an elf, which is to say that charming magique does not work on her as effectively.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It all doesn't add up.
Here's
I don't
my
think-
concern. I am afraid that there's a higher form of magic in the transmutation school called a simulacrum, where you're able to make clones of yourself that can operate. You're familiar with this already. You remember the
Yeah.
satyr and the minotaur who owned the potion shop back in Halfway? They've used this before. I'm afraid that this might be an actual golem or something that has been given potentially memories or something pertaining to whatever Volca can do. Instead of it being more of like a play where someone's acting, think of it more of the uncanny valley situation, where it feels foreign, or it looks the same, or looks familiar, but it's very foreign.
That's how she described it.
Unfortunately,
But who would make that?
well, if Silas can do flesh weaving, then it is safe to say that he can also do other forms of transmutation. I think it is also safe to say that he might also fall in line with the rest of the Konstanbox, my beloved, who are master necromancers. So this is one long way of saying, could be a zombie.
Hmm. But why? Why? I guess our true question is, why the fuck would he do that?
Why would he do that? I don't know. Similarly,
Seems to be very keen on fucking with Volker.
I mean, it makes sense. She was uniquely close with his brother. And is tied to the rest of you. I mean, you have beef with Hugo, right? And he's part of the Nine as well. What's to say that he's not just doing this to spite all of you?
Mm.
But also, there's a piece of me that can't help but notice that this is, I think maybe perhaps Volk has achieved some form of main character syndrome where she thinks that she's being targeted, but I honestly think she's nothing more than an instrument for Silas's master plan.
Hmm.
I don't think he really cares about her.
Then why would he affect Sloane?
I think of it more this way.
What is
If-
Sloane the key to?
Nothing. That's why I don't understand. The only thing she's connected to is Volka, and that's why I think by some cruel metric, I think Silas sees Volka as an extension of Elias, and I was never told what exactly happened between the brothers. But I know that one of them ended up dead.
Yeah,
and
I
the
know
other
it
had his
wasn't
memory
good.
fucked. As much as I hate Miss Konzenbach, Professor Konzenbach, I can't help but commend her for trying to do something. Because there's obviously something that's hidden from us. As it stands,
Maybe we should tell her. Not about this, but about him.
I don't think she'll do anything. I don't think she'll believe us. I'm in a fortunate enough position where she respects my field of magic only because it is unique and is derivative.
Fair enough.
As for the Colin game that Silas wishes to ensue on the will bring upon the magic side of things, I think what's important to note is that there is no way that there is more than 20% of the population in these realms that have interacted with the interstice on any meaningful level. There are some people who are
And
born.
even fewer that have interacted with Volker
I know.
as well. He
It-
seems to really hyped it up to her. Was shaking her.
Even if it acts like a normal disease or virus, it just gets spread through contact. It wouldn't matter if Volka touched another human. The human, more than likely, I would say with 99% accuracy, probably has never interacted with the interstice. So it won't affect them. This is only going to affect a small number of the population. What I don't understand is why he would do that. Because I'm only saying this. You also don't know this, but Silas made it very clear why he was doing this, and I don't think Alicia actually said.
Hmm. Yeah.
If he's trying to get back at the magic community, there are so many better ways to do that.
He could just kill them. He has the power.
Yes, why?
He could probably kill more of them than what he's doing right now.
And if he's the embodiment of the condemning rot, then
I think out of everything she said, that is the most concerning thing to me. I think you agree with that.
I
I think
agree.
you mentioned that.
100% that is a preposterous claim. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's
The things that she mentioned also, hive mind collection, not collection the word, but as in some kind of idea like that, and then something else. What? They were a strange collection of words.
Here's what I can tell you. Druids use mushrooms, fungus, to build cities. They lay out the city and they figure out what is the best walkable paths in between everything. And that's where they make the streets. It is a new form thing brought on by the Druidic school at the Lucidium Academy. Long story short, it works. It proves useful. Why am I bringing this up? Perhaps Silas is using the consuming rot not as a hive mind in the traditional sense, but more as a fungus that is... He's using the knowledge of the natural facts happening around him so that way he can use it to benefit himself. That makes sense.
I see.
Because the consuming rot, the condemning rot, from what I know about it, it is all of the rots. They're not a hive mind. They're just a thing that happens, like wind on a windy day. It just happens.
It's an act of a god, really. Literally, actually, not even figuratively.
I suppose it is not impossible that this is the case. I just don't think... I need to know more, but I'm trying to get at.
I think once we figure out why he was resurrected, we'll know more. Or how. Maybe not why, but how.
I don't know if it's actually relevant. I think he's just maybe bitter about the situation. Understandably so. But even then, he comes from a family of necromancers. Would he really be that concerned with his own death? What concerns me is that seemingly no one in that family knows he's alive.
Yes. There are things we don't know at play. We should think on it. Also, I had a fantastic idea.
Sure.
So, our friend Darkasson, Sun Mage,
Yes.
radiance in his blood.
Potentially. We don't know if he's a sorcerer or whatever. But
He's
continue.
come on, it came from his bloodline.
Are we sure? Who knows what's going on in that bloodline?
Yeah, you're right.
But continue. We will work on the assumption, yes.
I think his blood would make a great catalyst for giving Merlin the cleansing rot.
You want to do transfusion?
Something of the sort, yeah.
Perhaps if we do a transfusion and then we excite the blood with radiant magic, maybe it will be beneficial.
Be a little bit more controlled than just fucking blasting her like a like fascist.
So is your plan when you're fighting him to collect some of this blood?
Yes.
Or
Since
at
my
the
goal
end.
is to beat the shit out of him. Anyways,
I see.
it'd be convenient.
Alright. Well, if you can get some, we'll see what we could do about it. It's not uncommon for what you're bringing up, for what it's worth. We did try at one point in the university to transfuse blood from a lycanthrope out of them. It didn't work, but it was worth a try. Who's to say that this might work or might not work? At the very end of the day, it's not like she could look any worse.
Does she look bad?
She doesn't look great, sweetie.
Alright.
To be expected. I think as long as she holds on, from what I can understand, after briefly talking with her, she's conserving her magic, or at the very least, the more powerful magic. The innate stuff, natural. Just, she's okay with it, seems. I'm just afraid that she will reach the same point as Elias, where he will start feeling better and then get worse. But
I guess we better act fast.
hopefully, he's a brilliant mind I don't really wish to lose. He also has a great rack.
Okay, sweetie.
It's non-existent. It doesn't matter. Anyways, before I leave, because they're going to ask me, does the dragon scales, does it wrap around your cock? Yes or no?
I don't know. he turns around and checks.
Why are you checking without me?
Oh hell. You are my doctor. He
Dude,
turns back
I'm a
around.
physician. I'm your doctor and professor.
Wow, that makes it so much better.
It does. Wow. Oh my god. Luke, does it wrap around the cock?
Maybe not yet.
It's getting there.
It's getting there. It's
Okay.
like at like the base.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Okay.
He's clean shaven now.
Oh. Wow, that looks good.
Yeah, scaly.
You want me to add some inches to that fucker?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, Dasher will question that.
Will she?
And it is kind of weird.
Or will she appreciate it?
It's fine.
Do you want me to take away your ability to have children? I can do that.
Oh god. I don't know.
I can turn
I'm
it back
young.
on. It's like a switch.
It's like a switch. It's
It's like a-
perfect. Yeah, fuck it.
Let me see your balls.
What if you die?
What? You'll find
You
another
know
one.
what?
You'll find another one. Does Arwen get his Arby's vasectomy?
He does get his Arby's vasectomy.
Epic. Alright. He just goes 1 second, grabs you by the balls.
And if anyone asks, we are trying to give Sloane a new arm. And that's why we're so concerned about her.
That's what I was gonna go with. Or also, bigger booba. I think you guys really undervalue my ability to manipulate your bodies at will here. Well, not at will. Your will. You get the point. It doesn't matter.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Alright, put your trousers back on. Now, there is some homework. You have to ejaculate at least 60 times. Godspeed to that vampire woman. Alright, we'll get back over to the group.
We'll join back after that.
Now watch this drive.
Oh my god.
She was right.
Isabel, you can come back!
Oh, did we join back as soon as she left?
Yeah, she said, I'm going to use the bathroom, and as soon as I leave, they're going to come back. And I was like, wow.
We had a
You were
great
absolutely
conversation.
Don't spoil it, Luke. Don't spoil it. Alright, let's go ahead and take a quick little bathroom break for everyone. Or
Okay,
water break, whatever.
yeah.
Be back in like 5 minutes or so.
What are you expecting to gain? What head? What?
Mhm.
What riches?
I know that Andon is gone, but we'll get to you. That's the next part involves Valka. The door opens up, and you can see Amadeus has his arm wrapped around Arwen. As he walks out, he goes, "The operation was a success. His penis is magnificent and bedazzled. Thank you for coming to my talk. Valka, your turn."
Valka will nod her head and follow Amadeus.
Very good, very good. Arwen, enjoy your new profound ability to retroactively destroy the rest of the dragonkin.
Thank you.
He motions for you to follow into the new doctor office. The
Arwen's room.
no. There's the guest room. Don't worry, it's fine. The guest room in the guest house.
The guest room.
No, Valka's room.
Yeah, Valka's room.
Temporarily.
He takes you to the back and he closes the door and he looks at you, swivels his head. I have fantastic news.
Yes.
You look stunning.
Thank you.
Now undress.
I mean, I guess if it's necessary.
No, I'm just telling this young woman that I have sequestered in a room alone to get undressed. For my own vanity.
Valka will start taking off her armor, I suppose, and it takes 10 minutes!
He'll help you. It's half the time.
Okay.
Oh my god. Why do you
Where's
wear this
dog?
much armor? Why do you wear this much armor? Oh. Alright. And you don't have to... You could keep your pants on. I'm mostly just interested in your chest. But not in that
Okay.
way. I'm sure you understand.
The scar, I'm assuming?
Well, no. Mostly the inner bits.
Oh, okay. Valka will disrobe.
He adjusts his
Good, no
non-existent
gummy bears.
glasses. I'm getting old. I'll need to get spectacles. I'll look like a real wizard then. Now, sit here. Well, before we begin, I'm gonna stick my hand in you now.
Is it gonna be uncomfortable?
I mean, Elias did it and you didn't complain.
You got me there! Speaking of Elias, I guess she'll say this, while he's, digging around in her.
Mhm.
Do you think that, Silas won't be able to, enact his, plan if he doesn't have Elias's corpse?
Darling, if I know anything about that fucking family, it's that if they set their mind to it, they're gonna do it. So,
I just don't know if he needed the corpse if he needed Necromancer's Stone in order to spread it, or if he needs Elias to actually do it. That's what I'm curious about. I'm trying to think of ways we can maybe stop this.
I think... You know how you'll see sometimes this old guard, right? An old guard of the city. Turns out that they were a veteran of some kind, some soldier. And even though they haven't done it in a while, they still know how to fight. It's just embedded in their muscles, right?
Mhm.
Similarly, I believe Silas mostly used Elias's corpse to find out how to do this magic. Nothing more than that. And I think now he's just using it to fuck around. Specifically, fuck around with your head.
Yeah, I do not like it. It's very upsetting. Elias doesn't deserve that either. He deserves to rest.
Listen, honey, his body was used in life. His body can be used in death.
Don't you fucking dare!
Listen, I know it's a sore subject. But if I was in Silas' shoes, I would be way more tact. I would be fucking with you on such a level of degree, you wouldn't even be able to differentiate between reality and fiction. Your girlfriend's fine, by the way.
Okay, good. Is Valka's scar still gold?
Yes.
So everything's still normal.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm just making sure your organs are still intact and in the right places.
Okay.
Oh,
He didn't like make any contact with me, as far as I at least remember. So I don't know.
he put his hand on your shoulder.
Did he?
Yeah,
I thought
and then-
that was
and no,
Elias who
and then-
grabbed her.
No. You were like,
Oh, yeah. I
and,
thought that was Sloane's hand.
no,
Lovely.
well, it was. Well, it was his imitation of her hand.
Scratch that. He did.
'Cause
I
then
just remembered.
You turned around and then you saw him and he was like, "What's up, bitch?"
Disgusting. Don't touch me.
Listen, we're just covering all of our bases, checking all the boxes, crossing our T's and Xing our O's. From what I'm able to find right now, you seem fine. Well, as fine as fine can be. Your heartbeat is rather low. How healthy are you? Are you eating well?
As I normally am.
Are you a bit stressed as of recent
Yes.
times? How's your shits? Are they good? Healthy?
As normal.
And how's your sex life? Also good? Healthy amount?
Yes.
Good. Those last two questions were not pertinent to the exam. I just was, interested myself.
Yeah. I think the last two bombshells that were just dropped on me have
What are
increased my
bombshells?
stress levels. Say what are bombshells?
The last two fireballs. That's what you meant to say, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what you meant to say, yes. Magic missiles. The last two magic missiles dropped on you.
Yeah.
Well, what now? Sorry. Well, understandably so. You do seem to be underneath a lot of stress. Although it seems that, well, first of all,
I'm gonna turn gray before I'm 20.
you don't age.
Eh,
Also, aren't you
Can that
technically
still happen?
28? Time. Even though you didn't experience it, it still happened, and you cannot deny it. Where was I? Yes. You need to do more stress-relieving activities, I would reckon. Perhaps some yoga. I've heard that's great. I've heard the Ashunans have mastered that. That's why they're so happy over
yeah,
there.
Shrine does yoga.
I would also suggest maybe perhaps some more warm baths. I've been told that helps. Don't drink. Do not drink and be in warm water. I swear to God. Volka, I swear to God. If I hear that you will get inebriated beyond belief and you get into hot water, I will drown you.
Understood.
And what's another relaxing activity? Maybe reading a good book. You read books?
Occasionally. I haven't had any recently, though. Usually, over the year that the livestock were together, I was spending with Elias and Esme. I did a lot of writing. I did a lot of journaling. I guess I haven't really been keeping up with that due to how busy we've been.
Listen, I understand. Maybe just, get back in the pattern of doing things. Not that it really matters. I guess you don't really need to worry about your heart like most humans. Congratulations. You've beat humanity.
Well, we'll see. There's still the Trials Darkassin and the whole fight that is gonna ensue there.
Well, you know what they say. You can't spell Darkassin without ass. Bitch. Don't.
That we are going to kick.
Oh, dap me up for that. He pulls his hand out.
It's like sloshy.
Oh, that's you. It's fine. It's genetic. Alright. Cough? Crunchy. Alright. Well, is there anything else you need?
I think it'd be a good idea to contact my family because I haven't talked to them since the funeral, and I need, having just heard that the plague that was going on in Faraway wasn't actually a plague and was Silas test running this big thing that he has planned.
Right.
I need to make sure that they're alive still.
I can ask the lawyers when I get back to the boat.
I think that would be a good idea.
Say less. Consider it done. Anything else you need?
No,
Very well. Put your shirt back on, you whore. He stands
Both will
up.
start getting dressed again.
You see his hands like glow with energy, and then they got the clean off. Also, for what it's worth, a couple of things. I've been considering it. I will try to find a way to get your little girly friend her arm back. Well, not her old arm. That would be cool. Don't know where that's at, but try to get her a new one.
That'd actually be amazing. You should. Yeah.
It's not like you all are taking advantage of my ability to change everyone cosmetically. You know, your nose is a bit off, I could fix that. You want different color eyes, I could fix that as well. Just recently I gave Arwen a vasectomy, so truly, I can do everything, as long as you're consenting.
Definitely talk to her about it. I don't know how she feels about.
She's all on
withdrawing-
board.
Oh, you already talked to her about
Yeah,
it?
remember that time I took her alone here and I said, take your pants and shirt off right now and lay on that bed and be I was super creepy about it? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. That's when I said, hey, do you want your arm back? As I was inside of her guts.
Okay.
That was the worst way I could have phrased everything, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Pretty much.
That's
There
exactly
was
what I
one other
wanted.
thing that I was gonna tell you. God, what was it?
Is it that I'm
It was
handsome?
important.
Oh, I'm handsome.
Oh no, what was it?
Fun forever.
It'll come back to me eventually.
Alright, well, you know where I sleep sometimes. Well, I have one last thing to share with you before we skedaddle, which is while I was
Ooh, I just remembered.
Ah!
I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry. Before it slips my mind again, when Elias showed up in the crowd, that weird thing happened to me again. Like tell what they were. He's undead. Silas was not, which is odd.
No,
I feel like.
you're not undead.
I feel like this is pertinent information to Silas specifically, though.
Well, I mean, he's also the embodiment of the condemning rot, so he might be more celestial.
What the?
They would have pinged.
No, I don't think it was.
Alright, fuck it. He's an aberration then. Does that surprise you? If I told you, if I said, hey, look what I have in my hand, and I had a gelatinous cube, and in the other hand I said Silas, and I said, what's the difference? Would you be honestly surprised if I said there was none?
You know what? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised if he's made of jelly. I don't make that much contact with him.
Made of jelly? That's an interesting way that you didn't know. Alright, fair enough. Speaking of jelly, I have something that'll make your knees weak. Arms are heavy.
Oh.
There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. But on the surface, he looks calm and ready to drop bombs that he keeps on for. Sorry, I got distracted. Salone, while I was with her. Fine, I'll stop being weird. When I was examining her, boring doctor terms, blah, 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 blah. Her loins yearn for you. By the way, just saying that, I'm gonna leave now. Goodbye. Closes the door.
Yearn. The children yearn for the mines.
I suppose Velcro just finished getting redressed and putting on her armor.
That's good. Amadeus walks back out. Don't worry, everyone. She's getting dressed. I know you were all worried. Who's to say maybe I'm not the Silas impersonator? Woo!
That's awful.
No, no one do penis inspection day on Amadeus Shrine. No, stop.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time.
The first time you've seen his penis? You're right.
No, the first time Shrines walked off with someone under the guise of being like, we're gonna go all drop our pants over there now.
So true.
Except we never did. We just had secret conversations.
Shrine, are you at the very start of the campaign? When,
Yeah.
when James said, let's go
Yes.
pee over there?
Yeah. Yeah. It
Oh
was a
my
reference.
God.
Oh my
That
god.
was so fucking funny. And I think, like, did you guys walk back over? They're like, we didn't hear any pee. And then his reaction was, yes, you did.
I was like, yeah, I could pee. Sure, let's go.
Oh, that was so iconic. Good reference.
What happens to the sake that enters Shrine's body?
It materializes into key points. The drunkenly beat your ass.
My body's actually just so efficient that there is no waste. Thanks.
Yes.
Arwen's sitting there. Something manifests in his mind. It's like key points. He like third eye awakens. Shrine.
Me.
You know, my theory. I told you that one time. I'm not being specific. About the dragon pulse and it being connected to dragons might not be as far off as we thought. I have a sneaking
Please
suspicion.
tell me there's a jade dragon somewhere. Oh,
I have a
that'd be so
sneaking
cool.
suspicion that the dragon's pulse is connected to dragons.
Ryan
I mean-
is the Jade Dragon.
Yeah, you're right. That would make sense. Dragons are, really cool. So are
And you are also really cool. So that
So are you. She high
Thank
fives you.
Dabs you up.
Cool now.
I have a request. After this fight, I want to try and dabble in the dragon's pulse and see where that can get me. This draconic line of focus.
What does dabble in the dragon's pulse mean? Can you elaborate
Do a
on how
little bit.
you intend to
training.
dabble? Oh, okay.
See what I can do.
Yeah. First step is channeling your chakra into your feet.
Okay.
Arwen multi-clashing in a monk.
That would
took
be
me like
so funny.
9 levels to fucking do. It took me 9 levels to be able to run up vertical surfaces to channel my chakra into my feet. So it's actually really hard. Never mind.
I did some meditating before. It was really easy. I was very good at it.
Very nice.
Valentina's shaking her head.
We'll do some yoga. Do you still sleep?
I do still sleep. I can change that eventually. I don't know how I do that, but I'm sure I can figure it out. I think coffee will solve that.
The confidence in Arwen now. Since his training. Pretty
It's
sure I
because
can
he
figure out how
went-
to not sleep.
It's because he went through puberty. Now he's like, I have a girlfriend, I'm hot, I'm getting taller.
He got a vasectomy.
Dude,
Apparently,
glow up.
You can nut freely.
You're
Let's
glowing
go.
up.
He can't know freely.
We're joking.
Don't
I
worry.
have it on a VOD that
It's true.
Amadeus
He
gave
did
him a
the
bathroom
vasectomy.
vasectomy.
No,
I mean,
not
he's a
bathroom.
doctor.
Arby's.
Oh yeah, Arby's.
Bathroom, parking lot vasectomy. It was in
I
one
gave
of
you
the
a-
fucking.
I think your vasectomy in an Arby's parking lot.
That's not too inaccurate. Like, my aunt's a doctor, and she gave me stitches in, like, her home office.
Just like Amadeus for real.
Easy. They just be whipping that shit out anywhere. They're like, yeah, I have this skill. Fuck it.
This isn't sanitized. Who cares?
I'm sure she sanitized it. Look at my hand's still intact. I cut my thumb.
Amadeus' hands are very sanitized. He just prestidigitizes them and.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
They're clean.
Well, it says clean. Clean's not the same thing as sanitized, and sanitized not the same thing as sterilized, but let's not get into that.
Yeah. Volka, you
He
went through the
adapts
fray.
it to your body's microbiome.
He does.
Yeast.
Yeesh.
I hate it so much.
You're gonna piss Amadeus off one day. He's gonna give one of the women a yeast infection.
You too high.
I'm gonna give you a bloated colon.
That'd be worse to give to a guy.
Some massive gas.
That's actually true. Oh
What
my god.
kidney stones?
He looks at Arwen, fucking punches him in the stomach. You have IBS now.
Oh,
I hate it,
Okay.
thanks.
All right, Volka, you join the fray, and Oxen kind of groups you guys all together once more. I think, as it stands, we probably don't want anyone to think that anything is amiss. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make the decision to take the 4 of us back to the boat. The rest of you stay here. He looks to Valentina and Preacher. They're coming along with us too. But Dasha, Arwen, Lon, and Volka, you stay here for the evening.
Yes,
Aye,
Captain.
aye.
We'll see you at the trial tomorrow. Okay. With that, the 3 horses, because Preacher and Valentina came riding on a horse. The 6 of you guys leave the villa, as long as there's nothing else you want to say. Okay.
Bye.
That leaves, the gays. It's true. She never
The
has.
party split once again.
Do you do that? Okay. You're also fine. You've never touched the interstice.
But Volca
touching Volca.
surely has tickled me before.
That doesn't mean
true.
anything. You haven't touched the interstice.
See, Volca, you're freaking out over nothing.
That is the exact opposite of what you've told me.
No.
Anyone Velka touches is
That's
then
it.
infected.
No. It's anyone that has. Basically, he's using you as a plague rat. It's going to lay dormant in those who've never touched the interstice, and it's going to directly affect those who have. And basically, you're the patient 0, meaning anyone else that anyone else touches, it's going to keep spreading like a disease.
But it doesn't matter.
People,
if they
even
don't
though
touch the
Velka
interstice.
doesn't, even though Velka touches someone that they won't get a 50-50 coin flip.
No, it's only the people
I
who.
completely misunderstood what you said originally.
Yeah,
then.
no, it's only the.
That's why I've been saying half of Praith, because
Yeah.
that spreads like wildfire.
Both Magician said 30%, and I think Amadeus, when he was talking to Arwen, said like 20%.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah,
I
like a
completely
fourth.
misunderstood that.
It's still a large portion of the
It's just-
population, but yes.
Well, yeah,
So
but
it's
if
just gonna
nothing's gonna
completely
happen to
pass
them-
over anyone who's quote unquote normal.
Yeah, so like any human who just like spent their entire life being a baker is going to be unaffected. It's only going to
What's
affect like elves and like the ones that can innately cast magic. So like drows, satyrs, or no, satyrs don't even cast magic. So like furbolg, stuff like that. But like Goliaths
So I'm
are fine.
confused.
What?
So the people Velka have touched, that thing now lays dormant in them. What's the point of that if they don't get coin flipped?
When they touch someone, they spread it.
Well, yeah, but if no one gets coin flipped, then what's the point?
He only cares about people that have touched the interstice because he only cares about people that have the potential to do magic.
Well,
So
yeah, but
it's
the people
only-
who touch the interstice, that affects them anyways, though, right? Even if they haven't been
No.
touched by Velka or any of the plague holders?
No, they have to be. It has to spread to them. That's why the plague rat
So
is
it has-
necessary.
So even if it's someone who does cast magic, if they have not been touched by Velka or the plague holders, then they are in the clear. Davis, correct?
So he's
Correct or incorrect? I want this from Davis, like horse's mouth.
no. I'm also asking questions.
Worse.
I'm not trying to give you explanations.
Yes, Anon, I'll address everything.
So he's only killing magic people.
Correct.
I
Oh.
mean, killing's a strong word, you know. Some people call it culling.
But there are some people who are just like that have just were born as an elf, and they're going to be directly affected by this.
Just
So-
because they innately can do magic.
Yeah,
Because they're magic people.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the innate casters, they will be affected even if they are not touched by a plague holder.
At this point, but I think what you're missing is that you were the patient 0, and then when you touched literally anyone, didn't matter who, it could have been like another human, even though they've never touched magic once in their life. When they touch someone who has, they would be affected, just like a disease.
Okay,
it's
so
just
the
been a rot.
people, so the casters who have not been touched by any of these people, they are fine. Correct?
Yeah, but
Or
the,
no?
technically, yeah.
That's not really like.
But
a
that's not
large
doing
group of
anything.
Technically is so confusing.
It doesn't. It like.
It's not that confusing. I think
Technically,
you're
yes, they're
overthinking
safe.
it
Don't
a
tell
little
me
bit.
how what's not and is confusing to me.
I mean,
I'm
if
trying to get
you're
clear answers.
overthinking it a tiny bit. Like the people that don't have it are fine, but that they don't exist because everyone's
I'm
touching
trying to
everyone.
understand what is happening here.
Everyone.
So they're just carriers? Is that?
Functionally, yeah. Anyone who's like a human or dwarf, anyone who can't cast magic is just a carrier. Yeah. Just like a disease. It is just a disease. And then it is only going to be affecting those. But it doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, technically if someone lived in the middle of like the fucking Arctic and had never had any interaction with anyone ever, they would be fine, yes. But that's not what Silas gives a shit about. He's obviously targeting very specific people because he made Volca, Yule and Esme, the plague, the first patients, right? Because they all have been interwoven with the necromancer's threads, and Yule has been to the magic school, so it's like it doesn't matter. He's infecting everybody he wants to. He doesn't care about the homeless Arctic wizard or anything like that. He cares about society and so on and so forth. That was kind of his gist. And then he's going to protect some people that can cast magic, and he's going to not protect others who can also cast magic. But yeah.
So when I brought up the example of someone who can innately cast magic, doesn't matter who, this person that can innately cast magic but hasn't been touched by any of the plague holders, I asked if they will be affected by this 50-50. You said, like, maybe, basically. Who is the maybe in this situation?
Well, I said technically.
Who is the technically? Why is it technically?
Because I want you to understand that the plague bearers is anyone who's been in contact with anyone.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well, I want to make sure that there's no confusion there, that the plague bearers is anyone who's...
I understand that.
Okay, cool. Then yes, they are fine.
Okay. Cool. That was what I was confused about. Okay.
Any other questions?
Was I mistaken earlier? Because I thought you had said that it already would connect with people who would touch the interstice by virtue of them having touched the
That's
interstice.
what I thought.
That as well, yeah. So that's why I said technically, because he said that was happening. Oop. Whether or not that's true is yet to be seen. So, yeah, that's why I meant by technically, because like technically, yeah, they weren't at risk of infection by like one of the plague bears, but they were at risk by being near magic.
That completely contradicts what I just asked, though.
That's why I said technically. Because you specifically said your question was whether or not if they had been in contact with the plague bears, would they be at risk? And I said, technically, yes, you're right. But also, technically, no, you're not right.
The reason that I made this theoretical individual, a caster, is because I was seeing if they would still get affected, even if they haven't touched the plague holders.
Oh, I see. I misheard the question. Then yes, they would be at risk.
Okay.
May I ask what might be a bit of a silly question?
Yes.
What's the point of having plague carriers carry out the plague to the magic casters if they already have it?
That's what I'm confused
Good
about.
question.
Some magic casters do magic innately and therefore aren't really dipping into the interstice the same way people who go to like the magic college do. So the people in the magic college are like really reaching in there to do a lot of magic. They're definitely going to be infected. But also on top of that, some people can just do a little cantrip here or there.
People who are like have specifically like learned magic, they're affected by this. They will be affected by the coin flip. The innate casters, they will have to be touched by a plague doctor, not a plague doctor, a plague carrier.
Kind of. If like let's say there was an elf child who had never cast a spell before because they're a child, they don't understand that they have magic yet, but they then they would also be at risk as long as they've been in contact. Once again, if they're in a perfect isolationist colony up in the north, then I guess technically they're fine. But also, like, it seems like Silas purposely has made it to where it's like no one can really feasibly escape this.
Yeah.
Monks.
Except for monks, but they don't do magic. And does that answer your question, or are you still confused about that?
I think I get it now. So it's sort of like you're lighting a field on fire and you're smoking out the places where the animals would run to.
More or less, yeah. Yeah. So learn magic users, innate magic users, and I think that's the categories.
Yeah. I thought it was, well, I originally thought it was just everyone. Like, it didn't matter if they cast magic or not.
Oh,
just
no.
like anyone who has been touched by this.
But the thing that...
That's why I was freaking the fuck out so hard, because I was like, this is everyone. What the fuck?
What's a little bit scarier with that as well is that in my world, magic items also channel from the interstice. So anyone who's been in contact with magic item, anyone who's in a potion, anything like that, it's the same concept. And anything that's been imbued with by the interstice. So there might be some people who might not be innate magic users or learned magic users, but they maybe at one point wielded a magic item or they drank a potion, and now they're also at risk.
And we don't know how long this has been happening for.
No. Yeah, no. Cool. Yeah, and that would be very bad. That's a really good answer. Steve Harvey points at the fucking board. Kill!
Yes!
Yes! Ding! Kill! Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, we go back to it. Party splits. Balka, you're with Sloan, Dasha, and Arwen. Cooler Arwen, if you ask me personally. Was there anything you wanted to do, whether that be talking with Sloan, anything at all?
Yeah, Velka will approach Sloan. How are you feeling?
Given the circumstances, as good as I can be.
Yeah, that's understandable. How'd your talk with Dasha go, by the way?
She blushes. It was good.
That's good.
We,
I'm glad you guys seem to be getting along again.
Well, mostly it was due to the fact that she apologized. She tends to not do that, so I took it to heart.
Velka will smile. That's good. Yeah, I think we should take this downtime to just relax and not think about everything else going on.
I agree. For what it's worth, it is nighttime, but it is really pretty still. You guys, countryside, we still maintain that word.
The stars do be pretty.
Dasha looks at you at Arwen. This is a separate conversation. That'd be weird if they were right next to each other, but funny.
Yeah.
What a day, am I right?
What a day.
You know, it started with naked yoga. I think it could end with naked yoga.
I do need to master this yoga. Apparently.
I know all different types of yoga.
Seeing you naked does not hurt as well.
She looks at you. Oh my god, you dog. What did Amadeus do to you in that room?
Gave him some blank shots.
It doesn't matter, she's a corpse.
I don't know why.
Though.
According to Yolaris, who is not the most hinged individual.
The most describing someone as hinged is so funny.
Bitch is on the verge between schizophrenic and homeless.
She is homeless.
Oh, she has a home now. She got her ley line back.
That's true. She did get her home line back.
Yeah, you're all good then. You're all
Home
good.
line, not even ley line. Apparently, that's a home line.
Night end.
I
I'm gonna go do naked yoga upstairs.
would like to talk to Volka about something though, and then I'll join you. I know I'm the worst.
Go on. Gather them.
He walks. He walks over and gets into eye shot of Volka, and just does that motion.
I'm assuming we're Velka and Sloan going to go head outside.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what exactly we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea of them stargazing. I think it'd be sweet. If there's a balcony, even better.
There's a balcony,
Velka
but it's
will
upstairs.
tell
in the room.
her. Okay, Velka will tell Sloan that she'll meet her wherever they end up, and then go towards R1. What do you need? That sounded kind of rude. I'm sorry. What do you need something?
Wow. I'm just. What do you need now? Okay.
How can I help you, sir?
Thank you. Thank you. Address me. I'm magician now. How is Merlin?
She's thinner. She seems to be getting weaker. I don't know how much time she has left.
Shit, man. Okay. It seems like we only have 2 options for her. 1, I give her the cleansing rods. well, me and Amadeus give her the cleansing rot, and she becomes God Wizard. Now that is great and all. I love that for her, but she is not in the greatest state of mind. And giving someone who is a little bit crazy, I'll say it, a little bit crazy right now, God powers.
Crazy, she's mourning. And sick.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand concern there.
That's
Also,
concerning.
with even like giving her this, that could kill her, couldn't it? Just outright.
It could kill her. Yes, it is the riskier of the two, but the most fruitful. Second option, Amadeus might be able to just like, I don't know, fucking it off of
Take it
her,
out of her.
but that will probably lead to him contracting the
Getting
consuming
it.
rot.
Both of these options are not good.
Yes, that is why I am requesting you to help me decide.
Oh, don't do this to me, man!
Sorry, you're the only one who knows Merlin well. It really all rides on her. Do you think we could really trust her with the cleansing rot, with becoming God Wizard, as I've said?
I think given the right support and people around her, I think we could potentially trust her with that. That's not me making any kind of decision. That's just me throwing ideas out there. Davis, thinking back to when Velka was in like the ley line, did Merlin have the rot in her like visions?
History check.
Huh?
History
History check?
check.
$17.
To the best of your knowledge, the cleansing rot isn't really noticeable. It's just something that it's cancer, right? So it's not like something you notice right away. The consuming rot, starts on her chest.
Very evident.
Yeah, and it starts on the person's chest and then grows over time as they use more and more magic, right? It looked like in certain flashes there might have been like tendrils sticking out from underneath her robes. Whether or not that means it was stopped or whatever is up for interpretation. But to answer your question, yes, she did have it in those visions.
Okay. When I was in the ley line while we were fighting the dragon, some of the things I saw Merlin with it in some of them.
I forgot you saw into parallel
Like,
universes.
futures and alternate like timelines and stuff. It's not guaranteeing that is our future, but that is a potential future that we might be able to achieve. Because she was still alive in those. And she was with other people. This was in the future. So it's a future that could potentially exist where she ends up okay with this. And my only conclusion that I can make with seeing her in that future with the rot still on her is that you gave her the cleansing rot. And it evened her out.
Okay. I'll tell you where everyone leans, I guess. I lean on giving Merlin the cleansing rot. Amadeus is not. And I understand why. But his hypothetical that he gave me, and I will give you, if everything goes wrong, could you kill Merlin?
You? Like Argo you?
Both of us.
You and when you say us, do you mean you and Amadeus?
I mean, would you... I'll rephrase it. Do you think you could fight her, like emotionally?
I don't know. I like Merlin. She's.
I do too.
That'd be awful to have to fight her like that.
Something to think about if this is what we're gonna do.
I still think, given the right people she's around to kind of talk her down, I think she could be okay. And not do anything extremely drastic. I trust Merlin to be able to handle this.
Okay.
I think I'm on the side of giving her the cleansing rot, though I guess that in the end is up to her.
When I asked her, she didn't give a shit. So she said she wanted to be able to. What she said was she didn't want to die, and she wanted to be able to have enough power to get like revenge. So that's not great. It's not a good look.
Her revenge is justified.
Yes.
I also want revenge.
Okay, but we don't know who might get hurt in the crossfire. Davis, Arwen is recalling here. When was the last person to have both the cleansing and the consuming rot?
That you know of?
I think, yeah, that he knows of. I think it was mentioned at some point, wasn't it? Or maybe not. I feel like this was mentioned and I just have forgotten.
The biggest one is Magician or Saint Marcel. That's like
The cleansing as well?
yeah, that's what he died to.
Here, the consuming and the cleansing rot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember, because they were like, we could power ourselves up, and then he got really close to sealing him away, and then he succumbed to the rots.
Oh.
I guess I
okay.
should say it isn't directly has been specified, but
I didn't know he had the cleansing. I knew he had the consuming.
Yeah, it reached a level where he was able to do both. He was able to do a godlike feat before dying. Which actually, I guess, technically means that he also probably had the condemning rot, now that I think about it. A little bit harder. Yeah, because he succumbed to the rot, so those would have canceled each other out, and then he had the condemning rot. Which makes sense. I had to think about that.
Okay. Which I did not know that.
I think...
I thought you said the consuming.
I'm trying to think. Amadeus theorizes that Silas has both. Maybe not so much anymore, given the information found. But,
he has all three.
I don't think anyone else has in Arwen's lifetime.
I was thinking that maybe like some kind of history thing.
I believe it was Magician was the last one.
Magician.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Saint Marcel. Blah blah blah.
Saint Marcel.
I think we should have faith in Merlin. I think she's a lot stronger than we might be like theorizing right now. She's been through so much. I think she's strong enough.
I'm just trying to think of the worst. I want to have. I don't want. I just want her to have a good life.
I do too. And there are futures where she does. She has a very, very nice life.
Okay.
I have faith in Merlin. I think she can get through this.
Okay. Thank you. I had been really stuck on it.
It's a big decision. I don't blame you.
Excellent.
That's all from me.
When do you guys make it back to the boat? Deus looks at you. Arslan,
Yes, Lieutenant.
I have not forgotten your request to aid your mother's health. But I think you have to understand now that we might have to put it off for a little bit, just to be safe. It occurred to me, given the context that we're working under, that people who have received my aid might be at risk through this calling game.
She will have already been at risk. She's a paladin.
I see. Well, with that in mind, I hope you understand that I want to help, and I'm going to. I just feel that I don't want to feel any blame towards maybe the downfall of people. Or I don't need you hating me for something.
You don't need to ask something like that. A person who threatens so many, who has a very real danger in their hands. That person exists. We know them. You don't need to take responsibility for anything they do. You don't need to apologize on their behalf.
You just kind of nod silently. So we're good then.
I don't see why we wouldn't be.
Sometimes I get lost in
You're
own
my
thoughts.
friend.
And you are mine. He reaches out a hand.
I'll shake it.
It's very limp.
You know, I was thinking earlier when we were in the tribunal
Mm-hmm.
that radiantly powered machine that they had in order to kill vampires.
And it was the sun.
Yeah,
Okay,
but they
so-
had to magnify it, right?
No, they just opened up a hole in the ceiling.
Oh, I thought they like did some like fucking Archimedes shit.
They just opened up the fucking ceiling.
Oh, okay. I thought
That's way
because
cooler.
you said
This
something like
solar-powered
sunbeam.
Machine. The sun.
I thought they like focused it like with
They just opened it
like
up.
because you said they like hit him with sunbeam. No, okay, never mind.
That's
Oh,
so good. Though.
Wait, that's so cool though. No, I'll save that for next campaign. Let me just pocket that and put it away.
They make note of that.
Yeah. They're like, you know, we can concentrate this even more.
The vampires in the shadows are just like,
Concentrated power
are
of
you
the sun."
fucking hearing this right now?
Concentrated power of the sun.
Did you want to go down to there? Did you want to retcon that?
No, it's fine. I was just going to suggest that we put someone under that to give them the cleansing rat, but no, it's fine.
The sun? Yeah, Merlin, go tan. Oh god, dude, that's funny.
Sun
Go
bleach.
stand without.
You want to
sun
go work this
cream.
construction job outside for 20 to 30 years?
That would get your skin cancer real quick.
Is there anything else, Ashlyn?
No, that was it.
That's really funny. Shrine. Is there anything you want to say to anyone? I figured as much. I know you're just waiting patiently for Spiral to show up and be like, "Whoop, whoop, whoop," and then blow up like half the city and then leave again. He's so cool.
Me too. I'm having an anxiety attack as we speak.
We need to make a fucking meme of Shrine and Spiral with that one audio from Dr. Phil where it's like, is this your man?
She has amnesia.
That's who you're settling for.
No, she can't be blamed. She can't be blamed. Alright. Arwen. So you finish up your conversation, go back to Dasha. You know she's upstairs. She's just waiting. You enter the room. She's clothed. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. You know, worst comes to worst, you give the. I was listening to your conversation. Sorry, can't be blamed.
That's okay. You
It's-
can't. You. Not much you can do.
I should literally hear Velka's thoughts or something.
For what it's worth, you have plenty of friends who will definitely aid you in assassinating your other friend if they become too godlike.
Yeah, I know. It's just the principle.
Understand?
Thought provoking when I say it like that. You know. It's
No, it makes you sound very, very smart.
no, not like that. It's not about my hubris. It's just about getting the right answer, going
I
to
would
the right
hope it
place.
would not be about your hubris. How about we focus on your other sins? How about gluttony?
You have a lust.
I do love your cooking.
Let me teach you downward dog. Alright. You guys get to nighttime yoga. Whatever that means. It could just be innocent yoga. I don't care.
It could be yoga. It could be
Could be anything.
the implications.
Volka, was there anything else you want to say to Sloan? Are you gonna go Are you gonna go stargaze? Stargaze with the
The
star
gays
gay.
are gonna go stargaze.
All right, sounds good. It's pretty. It's party.
Pretty.
A party.
No light pollution. Mwah.
Okay. Eventually, though, the bed beckons you. You do without
Indeed.
knowledge, whatever. You guys find sleep and wake up the next day.
The bed beckons you. EP or horny? One of the two.
I'll let you decide. It's not up for me. I'm just God. I'm just here to witness the downfall of man. Well, I know the answer already for Arwen and Dasha. Ribbed for her pleasure. Why are you
Daily
laughing?
penis.
A little bit. Alright. Well, it's not a
Dragon
reptile
dog.
dick.
Arwen
Because
has
no-
grown two
Dragon.
peni.
No, it just is a bad dragon.
You think a dragon is like a mammal?
I respect Arwen's decision. Amadeus looked at this man in the eyes and said, "Do you want me to make your penis bigger? I could just do it for the fuck of it. Do you want me to do?" And then he said, "Nah, I'm all good." Arwen's sticking to all natural, baby. And then he was like, "All right, cool. Let me just." And then
Arwen's not insecure.
No. And then he was like, "How about vasectomy? Do you want a vasectomy?" And Arwen was like, "I mean, I guess." And he was like, "Wait, can that be reversed?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, it can be. Like a switch." It's a bit different when it comes to magic. My
Kicking a
favorite-
hose.
My favorite thing is that if Arwen had no innate magical ability, Amadeus giving him a vasectomy puts him at risk of the colon game, and that makes me happy.
That is so funny. He was so willing to do that.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, absolutely."
It's worth it.
That the fucking Arby's parking lot vasectomy goes off. Climb into my Wiener Schnitzelmobile. All right, let's play some music. Let's have some fun. This beat is sick. I already forgot what song I wanted to play. I could definitely not play that. Ba, 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 ba.
Ah.
This makes it really difficult. I have to type everything now. Yeah, it is. Cool. Shit. Perfect. So, here's the breakdown. You guys wake up the next morning. Some of you, your lust fulfilled. Others of you, in your lonesome on the boat. Boat people, you wake up. Everything is normal. It's very normal. Very beautiful. Villa boys. Not to be confused with the Venga boys. You guys wake up in your beds, I presume. right? Beds. Okay, just wanted to clarify. We weren't getting freaky in the fucking vineyard. All of you wake up. And we'll just say you mosey on down your Airbnb. That's it. We got to the point. It's the Airbnb. As you guys converge, there's this sense of maybe perhaps anxiety because there's another trial today, but also maybe like wow, we got to spend the night with our boo thing. This is great. And it was comforting because you guys were not alone. My favorite thing, the people that are being traumatized right now have their boo things. The people who are not being traumatized have no boo things. We do not count Spiral at this point in time.
They have Amadeus.
And they're just chilling. Yeah, Amadeus is a fucking threat to society over there on that boat. But
He's a distraction.
as the four of you congregate, we'll say, whoop-pow, you're congregating. Dash will make you all breakfast, I guess. Whoop-pow. There you go. The three of you are eating breakfast now. There is a knock on the door. Whoop-pow. The door opens up, and you guys see Arwen, this time not covered in blood, Dara. He, like, takes a step in and looks down at you guys with, like, disgust. We're playing house now? Okay.
Yes, and it's quite tasty.
Squints.
It's like you were gonna eat it.
I mean, technically. I get joy at, you know. You don't know. Shut up. Volker, your trial will be at sunset this evening. Not to alarm you and ruin you of your breakfast, but while I'm already on that path, he pulls up a chair next to you and looks at you.
Who is you?
Huh?
Who is you?
Volker.
Okay.
Walker clasps her hands in her lap.
I need you to do me a big favor.
Okay.
Regardless of what happens this evening, I need you to not... Let me try that again. Try your best. And when I mean try your best, I mean absolutely under no circumstances are you allowed to bring shame to House Glutton. Whatever punishment is dished out to you, you take fate by the hand and you walk with it.
Understood.
Are we?
Valko will nod her head while I itch my eye.
Very good. He then takes or stands up from his seat and looks at Dasha. A moment alone outside, please. And she walks out with him.
Arwen, when did you get so chummy with Dara?
I know. I've been in his house for the past, like, what feels like week, even though it's been like 3 days.
I've been in his house. Arwen, over the course of 3 days, has seen this man grab fucking Dasha, almost choke her out, and then be like, "You cast a spell on me? That's fucking cool." Drop her, and it's like, "You and I, we're friends now." It's more like a pet thing. He's like, "Oh, cute kitten." You may continue. The conversation's going on outside.
Absolutely not this.
It's the Italian way they kiss each other on the cheeks. In due time, Dasha does re-enter the house without Dara. And she seems fine. First of all, Arwen, great news. She doesn't have a handprint on her throat. That's a good sign.
That's good. That's progress.
Yeah. Well, it seems that we have quite a bit of time to kill. I will refrain from using language that insinuates murder, death, or anything like of the sort. We have time to spend, yes, together or separately. Doesn't matter, but we can't really leave the estate. Dara has made that explicitly clear.
Are we still not allowed to attend?
Funny enough, He said that he wants me to be there. And he said I could... And Arwen, you know, I didn't say this. He said I'm more than welcome to bring the dog along.
Okay.
That's you.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got it.
I need to make sure
Thank
that you... Okay. So, that's that. Is there anything the three of you want to do? I mean, I know that we're not allowed to leave the estate, but the estate is quite bountiful.
Is there anything to do on the estate? I know some of these fancier places have like croquet and stuff like that.
I don't think you're going to believe what I'm about to say. Vampires typically don't play croquet. Typically
What
we're...
do you play?
imitates being stabbed in the stomach. We do a lot of dueling and like conquesting and murdering.
Harwin, do you want to spar?
She looks at you.
Right now.
How about we save the violence for those who deserve it, even if it's just sparring?
Fair.
Also, because don't hurt his beautiful face, I'll kill you.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, honestly. I didn't think I'd make it this far, personally speaking. We can
always default to cards.
I don't like cards.
Valentina isn't here anymore to pummel you all.
I'll show you a pummeling, bitch.
How about you two spa?
That's not really fair. I could just manipulate her mind into like bowing beneath me and kissing my feet.
Mm.
I appreciate that you haven't so far.
To your knowledge. I can also wipe your memory.
Can you? I will believe you.
Why not? When have I ever lied to you?
Not that I can remember. However, you could have wiped my memory.
Stone basically begged me not to do that to you ever.
Velka like smiles at like Sloan appreciatively. I think Velka's digging through her bag trying to find something to do. Dredgen stole my fucking rope. I forgot. That motherfucker. We're finding him someday.
Why do you need a rope? That's so
I don't
bizarre.
know. Maybe we could do something with it. Like jump rope. Not jump rope.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. I'm in a state right now.
By the divines, there are so many things you could do with your time, and you want to play with rope and beat each other up.
Their class is showing.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, this is embarrassing. Arwen, you and I are gonna go skinny dipping and then hump by the rivers by the riverbed.
Have fun.
Oh joy.
God, this Jesus. He was a real man, I promise. Take my hand, darling. You have the house to yourselves. Be as loud as you want. Goodbye.
Wiggle my eyebrows. It's like...
Oh
I
my
don't know why the first thing I thought of was jump roping. What the fuck?
It was
Yeah, usually when people think of rope, they think of nefarious things.
yeah.
What I was initially thinking is like, oh, like some fun like little game that we played, like the volleyball.
Tug of war.
Let's play
We
Smear
could
the
have done tug of
Queer.
war. Yeah. Like capture the flag, like that kind of shit, because that's always fun.
Play Lunch the Orc.
Jesus.
You want to play
Oh
Capture
my-
the Flag, where one side is a eternal vampire warlord and a magician?
I did not put that into the world. That was just one of the examples.
Well, they're
that I
gone now.
thought of.
This is me yelling at you.
Okay.
I told you what they're gonna go do. Oh my god. I'll let you figure out. Are you gonna
Do
fuck
it.
Sloan? You can fuck Sloan, okay? I'm giving it to
Let's
you.
go.
There you
Let's
go.
go.
Give me a performance check while we're here, and then I'm gonna go over to the two
Let's
normal
go.
people over there. Go on, roll your little dice. There you
I
go.
have to look at my proficiency in Sloan. It's
Click,
+5
clack.
now.
Click clack.
Let's go. That's gonna be a dirty 20. The dirtiest of 20.
Okay, that's nice.
Wow, I hate that. Thank
Oh,
you.
I can't see what that was.
Don't worry, I revealed it.
Lovely.
Okay.
It's some good fucking. Good fucking.
Jesus Christ, that's what you're gonna do with your last day on this plane. It's truly fucking insightful.
Let's go.
Fucking insightful.
Okay, Arwen, she was just joking about the fucking part. She just wanted to go swimming with you. I think that would be cute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That is cute.
You guys are just in the river playing. I don't know. Which is so funny as a vampire. She like puts her toes in and goes, ah!
Hang on, we need to go find some woodland creatures to build a dam so that this is not freely running water.
Arwen
She sticks her toes into the water and just screams.
pulls her foot back. The water's fine. Oh my fucking god.
Bit
dude.
warm.
That was so fucking good, dude. Alright. But you don't have any bathing suits. Wink.
Oh.
This is actually her excuse of just wanting to
No.
look at your scales in the sunlight in the water. Is she a scaly? That's a conversation for another day.
He's
Does
shivering.
it have to
Well,
be a
after that
conversation?
drink,
You can just say yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, she's a scaly. Does it matter? I don't. There's a certain point where you're like old enough where you're just like, doesn't matter. Humans are
She'll
not the
try
same.
anything once.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck it. Luke was diabolical last night. He looked at
Jeez.
Dasha in the eyes and said, "You know, I have dragon blood through my veins right now." And she was like, "This is the greatest thing you've ever done for me, Valentina." Also, cancer. There's cancer in his blood, which would kill her. So we're just gonna skip past that until we get that cured. Don't you worry.
No.
No. Okay.
If technically, if I cast Cure Poison on it,
Find a way to cure your cleansing rot, and you can be your little fucking juice box.
Can you
Wow.
boil it out? Can you like still?
distill my blood,
Yeah.
I know.
burn that bridge when we get there.
Where's Nile Red in this campaign?
Red.
I'm getting to it. Don't worry. You know me. All right, Arwen. Is there anything you want to say to Dasha, your beloved?
We're fine.
Okay,
We
cool.
do really pop things.
Nice. Okay,
Yeah.
Ashlyn, you guys wake up the next morning. You guys are just gonna chill. Oxen goes, we're gonna wait here. We're gonna be good boys, and we're gonna wait for Duvesa to show up. He doesn't know who the fuck Duvesa is, but it's probably the person who's been coming to get you over the past several times. So, good there. Is there anything you want to do, Ashlyn? Anybody you want to talk to? Or are you just gonna just chill out? I like this, by the way. I like the boat crew. You guys are chill.
Yep, I'm just gonna sit here and try not to panic.
I like it. Shrine? You're just chilling? You're being a menace? So you're terrorizing Amadeus? I like it. You like go up behind Eska and just think of two boys kissing, and like Amadeus just looks at you. It's like a cat when they're like about to use the bathroom in front of you, and they go, and Amadeus just goes, "Stop it." Okay. And so it begins. At a certain point, all the fun events that you guys are doing before your final night on this earth comes to an end. Eventually, you know, Dasha goes, "All right, Arwen, we gotta stop fucking in this river, this water, this cool water we found here. We gotta go back."
It's cool, damn.
Yeah, it's cool. Look at this. You guys built like a little sand castle or whatever.
All this dog does is bark at me.
Eventually,
be gone.
Same thing with the lesbians. You guys are pulled away from each other. God, you fucking rabbit animals.
Crowbar.
I'm skipping past that.
Hide from one another.
And here's what happens. The sun sets on the 14th day of Slow Thaw, 676 AU, the third age, year of the dragon. And the guest villa is approached by none other than Dara Lambrusco, or the sun is beginning to descend, I guess what I should say, and Sir Lazarus. They look at you 4 flustered fucking nymphomaniacs. And Dara looks cool as a cucumber, considering his family was kidnapped. Are all of you ready to go?
Yeah, I think so.
As I'll ever be.
Follow. And you guys go into the carriage. The same carriage that Volcanslow took earlier.
A tight squeeze.
It's really
As
not.
we've decided.
It's not! I hate you all. I'm moving past it. You guys begin your travel back into the city. As you're doing so, Dara makes a fun comment. He looks at you, 4 nymphomaniacs. Did we find stress relief this evening? Or before this evening?
Yes.
He scoots away further from you.
Am I really the only one that's gonna answer? Okay.
He could tell. At least Dasha. They've been siblings for like longer than the universe has existed. And he's just like, you fucking fiend. And she's like,
You whore.
literally, you whore lovingly. And you guys begin your travel to the Santi Voce's courthouse. Boat crew. The same woman who has received you or retrieved you guys the past several times, is alongside you as well, or is guiding you back to the courthouse. At the point where, by the time you get there, you see the carriage pulling up, and the group of you reconvene. The 2 separated parties together once more. Dara is the first to exit out of the coach, followed by everyone else. He looks at the boat crew. You seem in better case, or you seem in better hands than the villa folks. Making what appears to be a crude comment, or rude comment, not crude. The sun at this point has set behind the horizon, and the moons are emerging. Or Amore. Dara continues. Once again, we find ourselves within the realm of the Santi Voce. Except we have 2 friends this time. And he is obviously referencing Dash and Arwen. Let us all be on our best behavior. That's what we call irony. Where I come from. And he leads you guys into the courthouse. Luke, you didn't give a description, so I'm going to give it to you now. In the momento por favor. You guys approach an ancient yet elegant building covered in arches, carvings, and cornices. It resides dormant in the center of the city, Bellissima, surrounded by clergy life. Tall arched windows with decorative wrought iron grills flank the facade, allowing filtered sunlight to illuminate the interior, or so you think. A grand entrance with a wide staircase leads up to massive metal doors, embellished with brass handles and decorations. Above the entrance, there is a coat of arms featuring the intertwined an intertwined S and V, an elegant Gothic font, set against a backdrop of 7 intricately intertwined swords. So Santi Voce, and then 7 for each one of the Lambruscos. The interior houses relics of bygone eras, paintings of unknown figures, artifacts encased in glass and sealed by magic. 4 portraits concealed by curtains loom over the entrance to the court hall. So the inside that leads into like the separate chamber, each with a golden plaque beneath. One of the portraits is missing. You just see where the mark, or where that once was. The plaque as well. But you see, underneath the 3 others, Apostle Dayu, the herbivore of House Fornication, Apostle Hamish Stackert, the blood artist of House Hubris, and Apostle Vladislav Solotovo, the barbarous of House Avarice. Above the 3 is a painting framed in gold with an incredible artwork of the eldest of the Lambrusco children. His plaque reads, Saint Darkassin Glanodel Lambrusco, patron of House Hubris. I will continue. Or I will continue in a minute. Once again, you guys find yourself in this waiting time, and Dasha takes you by the hand, and you go on a cute museum date, Arwen.
Oh.
As the two of you are walking through, you guys are already familiar with everything in here. Nothing has really changed. Dasha is kind of pointing things out to you, and then she stops in front of a peculiar case. You see in front of you a weapon chiseled out of ivory. She looks at you, looks back at it. Is that my fucking rib?
Is it your? I feel like you would know.
Darling, it's been a very long time. She turns around. Dara, what the fuck? It was not up for me to decide. You know how the vampiric society is cultish in their beliefs. I want that back! Don't take it up with me, take it up with Doc Casson. She looks at it, looks back at him. Squids, I'll come back for you. Eventually, the doors open into the inner chamber, and you guys file in once more. Arwen, the inside of the court chambers is a hallowed ground, outfitted with details that rival the most prominent divine churches. A raised platform bolsters four black thrones nearly identical to one another, with the only difference being a banner that hangs behind them. One of the thrones doesn't have a banner. I'll get to that in a minute. You see three others. House Fornication. And you see their family mantra. Sex is the consolation you have when you cannot have love. House Hubris. We are rarely proud when we are alone. And House Avarice. To greed, all nature is insufficient. You also see a fifth throne that resides in the middle between the four. You can see that it's made of reflective silver that depicts the 7 deadly sins in one seamless panorama. The depravity marked on there is unmatched. I am not done. Just gotta find where my notes were again. Yes. As you enter, the courthouse is the same to everyone else as last time, except the carnage is absent, the ceiling is closed, and the banner that was hanging above Apostle Ahmet Akbaba's seat is gone. In the chambers, already waiting for you, are Apostle Zolotovo, Apostle Dayu, Apostle Stackert, and the all too familiar man known as Darkassin Lambrusco. But that is not all. You see, sitting in the throne that Ahmet used to sit in, a figure that none of you have ever seen before.
His little goober.
As soon as you enter, Dash's arm tenses around yours, Arwen. Fucking Rin.
Oh no.
She seems rather upset by this. As you enter, the doors behind you close. The chamber is once again empty outside of the few I mentioned previously. As you enter, you see that the apostles take their seats, or their relative seats, right? So Dayu is sitting, okay, so we're going left to right, okay? On the far left, we have, allegedly, Rin Lambrusco. Next to them, we have Apostle Dayu. Next to them, in the dead center, we have Darkassin. Next to him, we have Apostle Hamish Stackert. And then on the far end, we have Apostle Zolotovo. You guys feel beckoned. They don't have to say a word. You just know where to go. You guys sit in the stands while Volka, you're ushered forward by Arthur, Lancelot, and strangely enough, Dara Lambrusco.
Before Valka and Sloane part, I think Sloane or Valka will kiss Sloane, just kind of be like, stay safe.
She gives you the same kind of like nod of yeah, no, I agree, and also you too.
Yeah.
And she
Valka will-
she never breaks eye contact with you as you turn away, as you realize that she sits down. There's this tense moment
Mm-mm.
as you guys approach the floor. Dara turns to you, Volka. Remember, do not bring shame to House Glutton. Take fate by the hand and walk with it.
Valka nods her head.
As you enter the bullpen once more, you have Dara Lambrusco by your side and Sir Arthur and Sir Lancelot. You have a moment to speak with them if you wish, if there was anything you want to ask us to, but they're mostly there just for kind of support. Is there anything you want to ask us to?
Nothing more than what I asked the first time. So I think we're good. I will accept the moral support though.
Okay. Accompanying them as well, my apologies, is Merlin.
Oh yay!
He sits down next to Arthur, or in between Arthur and Lancelot.
I'll give her a little wave.
He gives you a wave back. As Dara, he then takes his hand and places it on your shoulder, on the other side, your other shoulder, right? So he's more or less holding his arm around you and ushering you forward to walk with him.
Mhm.
He looks up at the apostles above them, or above you guys. And you hear him say, brother. And Darkassin looks down at the technically 5 of you, but specifically at you two, Dara and Volka. Brother. And then you see his gaze looks up and locks eyes with Dasha. Arwen, you are not being stared at, but you can feel the intensity of this man. You know their backstory. You know what happened between these two. And you hear Darkassin's voice boom through the chambers. I'm glad you are here, baby sister. I won't even make you roll. None of that was true. He's not glad. In fact, he's not glad at all. He stands up from his throne. You know what? Just so that you guys are aware too. I know you've already seen him a couple times before. I'm just going to go ahead and do us all a service. That's what he looks like again.
Us all a service.
His silver armor gleaming in the lit lights. Dara, you are not on trial today. You have committed no crimes. And if anything, the crime was committed against you. A crime by a rogue agent who falls underneath no banners of any houses. I hope that we can assist you after this in finding your loved ones. Lindar doesn't say anything. And he looks to you, Volka. And he whispers to you. Give him hell. And he walks over and sits next to the lawyers. Volker Katzenbach. This is an interesting turn of events. This is not your first time in a court of law with me. What is different is that this society is very different than the one that you were accustomed to in our first interaction. We all know why we're here. Do us all a favor. You've already convinced 2 members here. Apostle Zolotovo and Apostle Dayu. You now have to convince my sibling, Ren Lambrusco. And an advisor of mine, Apostle Hamish Stackert, that you are innocent of your crime of existing. I will hand the floor over to you. They've told me what you've already stated in your previous trial, but do your best not to repeat yourself.
This is just getting passed to me immediately? Alicia?
He sits down on the throne and crosses his
I-
legs.
Did not prepare anything. I just have the notes that I have for the original one.
Let it come from the heart.
He just said not to repeat anything, though, and I went over everything.
Tell him why you deserve to live. It's like the Withers question.
Appeal to their ego. You know what they are.
I don't know anything else about
is-
Rin or this new person.
He is
But you know their sins.
he is the embodiment of ego. He is the leader of House Hubris.
Give me a second.
That's fine.
Balance his ego with her envy. You'll do great. Hey Davis,
What's up?
could I have cast some spells on the way here?
What spells
Some
are you
people-
thinking?
Aid and Tiny Servant.
Sure. Who'd you want to cast 8 on?
My usual. Myself, Shrine, and Ashlyn.
Yeah, you need like 10 minutes to cast it, or no? You're just
It takes an action,
Oh, okay, cool.
and the
I
other
didn't
one
know if it
takes
was
2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say
And
you
those
could,
take
definitely,
small slots.
you could definitely cast Tiny Servants on yourself. That's absolutely fine. And then once you guys
Yeah.
group together, you are a bit distracted, but it only takes an action, so you're fine. Yeah, you can cast 8 on.
Well, we were in a carriage ride together, right?
No. Shrine was not.
Oh.
Shrine was not.
Oh, Shrine was not. Okay.
Also, Shrine
gotcha.
is resisting your aid.
You
Oh.
better fucking tell me before you cast magic on me, boy.
My bad. Well, he would say, like, hey, I'm going to cast Aid. And you've seen it
That's
before.
allowed.
It's not an unfamiliar spell.
That's allowed, but no casting magic on me without asking. You know, like if
Okay.
you try to throw a
Well, you
health
have to be
potion
consenting.
at Lizelle, she'll like dodge it.
Will.
She will fucking dodge health potions, bitch.
She
I threw
will?
one at her. Yes, and it missed. I was like, bitch, I'm helping you. Anyways, same. I
I'm
was
casting
like,
a
wow,
spell that will
that's good.
bolster your vigor. Please do
I'll
not
accept
resist.
it. I will accept it.
Let me figure out what level I'm casting it at.
Unknown magics are scary.
That they are.
I'm going to cast Tiny Servants at 4th level.
You know what?
Four guys.
You better hope Elias doesn't come back.
You swinging on that bitch?
Yeah, I am. If he comes back, are you fucking kidding me?
You putting that fucker in the dirt?
I'm breaking some bones.
Oh, breaking some bones.
I'm not even kidding. If he comes back, like, fully in control of himself, I'm gonna be like, oh my gosh, welcome back. And then I'm breaking some bones. And then I'm gonna be like, if you ever tamper with my memories again, I will actually send you to the afterlife. There will
Oh,
be no
I can't
question where
break
you
your
go.
shin bones.
It won't work on
Gotta
you.
Gotta break your femur.
It won't work on you.
Hey,
Like, you have a magic sword with a god of death inside who just goes.
Okay. It's the principle of the matter that right before he died, he was like, oh, here's your memory back. And so Shrine had to be like, you took my memories right before he died, bro. That's so not fair. If he comes back, I'm swinging.
Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
And me. Yeah, these.
Nice.
I'm just
Good,
assuming
man.
this will last until something happens. 'Cause they last 8 hours. Both of these spells.
That's a lot of time.
Hopefully this court doesn't last 8 hours.
Well, you know, they're
We're kind of long though, so I don't know. It's kind of I'm taking a gamble here.
I mean, we are starting at sunset.
True.
What's up?
They could be mad lads and just be like, we're gonna keep this going until sunrise.
Are we waiting for something?
Alicia.
Oh.
I'm gonna do some sorcery point stuff. I can like send you.
I believe
Oh,
it.
he's
Here,
okay.
here. Let's go grab
Google.
one.
Epic. Preparing myself for battle.
Did Alicia like die or did she go somewhere?
That's. I know. I convert 7.
I don't
1
know.
spell slot. Does it actually do that?
Alicia,
Unfortunately,
I
not
are
literally
you?
giving you
no
any new
idea what to
information.
say that just won't be repeating myself.
I mean, you can repeat yourself a little bit. Davis isn't gonna be like, you said that already.
We went over everything though last time.
I think he went over everything, like in the facts of what happened and stuff. But I think he's looking for like a more emotional
Emotional
argument that's
Well,
like,
Valka's already explained how like she is like so she has like a lot of loved ones that she wants to live for, and she wants to live to continue protecting like the like people that she cares about and people who like don't deserve death, that kind of stuff.
Yep. But these are vampires. They want you to be selfish.
yeah,
Probably.
you have to appeal to their emotions, not your good person emotions.
You gotta convince them that you're a boss bitch and that you'll go to all of the blood drinking parties.
Or like, isn't it crazy that
I
you can
don't
walk in the
know.
sun or something? Maybe you should like promise to study that and help them fucking get
Ooh,
it.
that's
The
good, yeah.
ability or something. Like
Help
you have to
them.
offer something to them because they're bad people. And you have this ability that nobody understands.
Well, that might not convince the two that she needs to convince because they're kind of like monopolizing that power.
Maybe. Maybe don't do
It
exactly
could be
what I
useful
just told
though.
them. But yeah, it is like a rare ability that they probably don't want to kill you if you have like this rare vampire ability. I've seen Twilight. They didn't want to kill Bella because she had fucking mind shield powers, and those were rare.
True. So good. That movie.
Can we please have your future sight? Can we please have your future sight? Can we please have your future sight?
I feel like whatever I say, it's gonna be so fucking short, it won't matter.
Maybe you'll get like a reaction out of them. You'll be able to like judge where you're going from there.
How good at improv.
It's the name of the game.
This is actually how me and the voices communicate and how we're supposed to navigate social situations as an autistic individual.
Oh my god damn it, dude. That's funny. You're a funny guy.
Are
You
you
got this.
good?
No.
Was that an intentional noise?
Yeah, that was me groaning.
Oh,
Because I didn't prepare for this at all. I thought it was gonna be like the first one where they were gonna be asking me questions.
it's okay. It's just a silly little game.
Oh, graham crackers. I'm stuck.
I'm not confident at all, but I think I'm good.
Oh, okay, one second. Let me change the music. Sorry, I got a sweet treat. Thank you, Klaus.
My tongue is purple.
Purple.
Congratulations.
Purple.
All right, let me clear my desk out over here. Switch over to this
Oh,
song.
alright, let me get the lighting. Let me get the lighting.
Oh, are we doing mood lighting? Hold on.
Well, that kind of just defeats the purpose, huh?
We're doing mood lighting. 1 second.
Let's see if I can like turn my lamp this way. You know what? Fuck it.
Hold on.
No lights.
AB.
What's written the embodiment of again?
What was
Envy.
that one? Oh.
Envy? Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't
Like
know.
a solid 95%. Could be wrong though.
I have envy in my notes for Ren, so I think you might be right.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because I'm not talking to these fucking goobers.
So true.
I'm fucking hanging out right now, man. I'm making
Invite me-
eyes at Dayu, like, come
Making
meet me
eyes.
after this, like, see me outside.
Someone's
Do you
gonna watch
take-
me get fucking beheaded.
I
Not
doubt
beheaded,
it.
turned to ash.
I have no contractual obligation to
To
let that
what?
happen.
It's like, to what, buddy?
Give me 1 second to open my graham crackers and you can have the floor. That's what Darkassin says.
Okay.
He gets up and gets some Grammys.
Have you ever had
Are
these
they
before?
animal crackers as well?
No, they're just normal crack.
Hell.
Hi, Klaus.
Because he refuses to assemble any form of snack for himself.
This is more fun. You may continue.
Okay. Um. Yeah, Velka will like take a moment, take a breath. In the short amount of time that I have been alive, I've found the best parts of life is the connections that we've made, the relationships that we form. I believe the point of life is to love, and I have a lot of people in my life who I love and who love me, and I believe I deserve to continue living the way I am for them. I would like to continue using these abilities that I have been granted from Dampirism, being able to climb on vertical surfaces and the newfound strength, being able to stand in the sun without burning up. I want to be able to use those things to continue protecting the people that I love and those who need protecting to continue their lives.
You seemingly live for others, but what of yourself? What do you want?
I want to be loved. I want to have people that love me.
In your state, you will outlive everyone who loves you. You understand this?
And I will hopefully form more relationships with people as life goes on. I will create more bonds. And though it'll feel horrible losing those that I do love, I'm excited for the future bonds that I will make, the friendships that I will form.
You will see more than just the people you love die. You will see places that you've begun to cherish fade away and evolve over time. How will you take to watching Artalia one day buckle and fall?
We'll hopefully take it gracefully and find something else to love. Or somewhere else, rather, she would say. Somewhere else to love.
You keep discussing love. There's nothing else in your life.
I think that's the purpose of my life.
No pursuit of knowledge, no pursuit of conquest, nothing else, just love.
Of course, knowledge and those things are nice to have, but I believe love is the most important part of my life. Without anyone to love or anyone to love me, I feel empty. Like my purpose has been stripped. And though it would be nice to live beyond my natural lifespan and like gain that knowledge, learn more about the world and the things that I've missed, it's love.
How would you feel? Right now, you don't crave. You don't desire the blood of others. What if one day you reach a state, this hunger, this overwhelming sense that you can't control, and you turn on the one you love? What would you do with yourself?
If I found myself a danger to the people I cared about, I don't think I could go on. I'd either find a way to end it or find a way to end it.
The way you speak, the vampiric life is not for you. We live forever. We see lovers come and go. We see kingdoms crumble. You seem fixated on what Vitruvians value, which is short-term satisfaction. You want to be loved. But I have a feeling that should all the ones that love you disappear into the sands of time, you wouldn't know what to do with yourself.
I might not. But that's the greatest thing about bonds and people. They come and go.
If we were to rule in your favor, it would be the first time in several thousands of years that House Skeleton has had another member. What does that mean to you?
It means I would be setting an example. Probably.
How so?
It would be a historic moment, wouldn't it?
Perhaps. Do you love my sister?
Yes. I love her as a friend.
Like terms for someone who abandoned all cause and laws to turn you and endanger your life now. Yet you still love her as a friend? Did you say something your mic didn't catch it?
Velka just said yes. If it's decided that I get to continue going, then she will have saved me completely.
She is also damning you, though.
I suppose, in a way.
I see your naivety as something that stems from your youth. I think you are not grasping the gravity of the situation. Besides the fact that you would be the first member introduced into House Skeleton. I don't think you understand that forever is a very long time. And even if you think you could end it now, given a moment, you might find it difficult in the future. I think you will grow accustomed to living. And I don't think you have what it takes to do what you think is necessary, should that need arise.
How do you believe I could prove this hypothetical?
I think it's safe to say that the only way that you could actually prove this is by us allowing you to exist.
To show you. I've died once before Dasha changed me. And if I had not been brought back that first time, I wouldn't have things I have now, and I wouldn't have changed the people I've changed. I believe continue to live, I can continue to change people for the better, hopefully.
Hmm.
Maybe I could be someone someone needs.
You could also be the someone that someone hates.
That's the thing, we don't know. For sure.
I think it's safe to say that we both know that you have scorned some people already. I think it is safe to say that there are some things you did out of love that directly, negatively impacted people.
There are things that I have done that I cannot take away, but so is life.
But yet you still relish in some of these as victories. Allowing you to live would mean you get to act as the executioner, in sorts. You living past your natural lifetime means that you live on borrowed time. Borrowed time that you can use to end other lives short had you not existed. It is in our nature as vampires to rip and tear into the Vitruvians. They're just meals, a way of to keep living. But you don't need that. You also don't need to lurk in the shadows. You're able to walk in the sun. Comes to you naturally.
Like nods her head.
I've observed this since your reintroduction to the world as a vampire. I've taken note of this. This is a rare form, indeed.
I always assumed it was due to the Lambrusco family that got passed to me.
No. I believe it is because you're not entirely vampiric.
Ellie cocks her head a little bit, waiting for him to continue.
You have the fangs. You have the natural gifts. But you have none of the downsides. The only thing that leads me to believe is that is a trait that my sister has somehow bestowed upon you. So it is unfair, in conclusion, to describe you as a vampire. Because you're not a vampire. You don't crave like us. You don't burn like us. And most importantly, you don't feel like us. He stands up from his throne. I think it is safe to say here that the group rallied here behind you. Friends, family, whatever you consider them. They are displaying some form of courage of just being here in our presence. Meaning that you have left some profound impact on all of their lives. I see none of them bound in manacles, forced to be here. It is unfair to say that you were recruited into House Glutton. It was also unfair. It would be unfair for me to say that you did this out of your own vices. Well, outside of living. You didn't do this in the pursuit of power, but the pursuit of life. Here is the unfortunality. If I were to allow this transgression to continue, this might embolden the traitorous House Glutton into making more of you, as it were. And I can't break the laws that have been put into place. And I will not alter the laws for someone who I cannot trust. Here is my ruling. regardless of what the other apostles say, I think it is safe to say that just like thousands of years ago, we started all of House Glutton, it only makes sense that we uphold the very fabric of our society. In actuality, and to be frank, because you're a variable, I can't continue to let you live. Anything you want to say? He's kind of giving you the floor.
So he doesn't believe I should live because I am a variable. Because, like, I'm not like a normal vampire or anything like that. Thinking. Because I am a variable and because I am something abnormal, like you said yourself, I am not a vampire. Shouldn't there be something said about faith? We might not know that I will be good, but we don't know I'll be bad either.
Just because I said you couldn't live doesn't mean I'm going to kill you. Due to
Sorry,
your
Ethan is shouting. I don't know if that's picking up.
due to your variability in your existence, I think it is better to observe you in a controlled environment. Much like a corpse on a slab, you will be poked, prodded, dissected until we figure out what exactly you are. You will continue to live, but just not in life.
What exactly are you saying?
A pig does not know when it is going to be slaughtered. It lives in slop. That is the gift given to pigs. For the rest of your perceived lifetime, I think you will make a fine experiment for Hamish Tackert. He will figure out what you are. A prisoner.
Aren't creatures best examined in their natural habitat, though?
You don't have a natural habitat. You are not natural. Don't worry. In years, your consciousness will fade. And you'll be nothing more than a slab of meat.
I don't feel like I can change this guy's mind. Is what it's feeling like.
If you're desperate, you always have friends in your corner.
To do what? He said they couldn't do anything.
He hasn't moved yet.
Who's he? Well, I've lost the pronoun game.
Darkashan.
I suppose. So, look back at? my gaggle behind me. Like Lancelot, Arthur, Merlin, and if Dara's still there, I guess Dara?
He's still there. The other three look different stages of grief. I mean, this is a really god awful sentence. They're like,
Yeah.
you're not living, you're also not dead. Dara is sitting his leg over the other, his arms crossed. And he's kind of bouncing his leg gently. And he looks at you. You have this sensation that he is able to read your thoughts. So if there's anything you want to tell him in silence.
Is there any way I can change their mind? I mean, I'm still a person. I don't want to be experimented on.
This is Dara speaking.
Uh-huh.
It might not seem like it now. But given your connection to Dasha, your importance to her, you are as important to her as my children are to me. Understand that what is about to take place is not for you. It is to make amends to my sister many years ago. He says that, obviously, just thinking it here.
Mhm.
And he uncrosses his legs and stands up. And Darkassin, you can see he's standing there. He's got this very rigid figure. This very pompous one. I'm above all of you. Quite literally, he's above all of you.
Mhm.
And you can feel this pseudo bloodlust coming from Dara. He stands up. Darkassin, eldest brother and pride of House Lambrusco. The message I received was loud and clear. You feign responsibility. But let me tell you, should House Discontent and House Hubris wish to continue down this route, there will be consequences. People in the stands. You guys hear the doors, or you don't hear the doors open. They open, and you can see walking down the stairs, kind of towards the bullpen. You see two familiar figures. You see Louis Lambrusco and Celeste Lambrusco.
Celeste.
You bet.
Should you continue down this route, House Avarice, House Lethargy, and House Fornication shall stand with House Glutton and all those under it. You can very clearly see, Volka, that Darkassin is like moving his jaw, like grinding his teeth together, purposely thinking about his next sentence. Do you have father hiding somewhere too, Dara?
It's in my pocket.
And Dara just takes a step forward, standing kind of shoulder to shoulder to you, Volka. I think I can safely say, Darkassin, that your hubris is failing you. Darkassin stares at him, his eyes wide open, the searing hatred very ever present on them. And you watch as he continues to grind his jaw, and then he opens his mouth, and a smile goes across his face, and he begins to laugh. Dorcassin fixes his posture and wipes away like a tear. This trail of crimson rubbing across his cheek. For years, I have had to sit back and watch as we try to play family. Watch as we pretend that any of us actually give a shit about each other. And I'm sure, at the start of all of this, I'm sure that was the case. But now, thousands of years behind us, we are nothing but strangers that look like one another. Strangers that bear the same blood. Strangers that share the same last name. And strangers that share the same anguish of being immortal. We've all seen loved ones, his eyes focus on you, Volka, crumble into dust around us. We have all seen the transformation of the Vitruvians. Their kingdoms change, their cultures shatter, and their souls transcend. But what of us? We stay alive to protect our family name. We stay alive to ensure the Lambruscos do not suffer the same fate as the Vitruvians. But are we that different from them? We were never at any point once them. We are Vitruvians. He, with his hand, points to, Celeste. Lust. We long for unbridled sexual desire. We all desire sexual acts. We've seen fornications with husbands align with women outside of their marriage. We've seen assault in line with beast. His finger moves over to Dasha. Gluttony. We overindulge and overconsume to the point of waste. The old beggar, when given food, won't share with the young child thrown into the streets. Dog-eat-dog world. Greed. He points to Dara. We obsess over material wealth, wanting more than we could ever need. We've seen wealth plunge others into the mire of this world so that we can make it our one true god. Wrath. He gestures, throwing his hands up in the air. We have uncontrollable feelings of anger, rage, and hatred that we direct not towards those who have actually wronged us, but those who we can actually hurt. We get angry when others behave like the offense is their own. Yet we like it. Sloth. Gestures slowly. We omit responsibility if it benefits us, or if it will just affect us later. We are our own hindrance. We stop ourselves from being better or doing better. Envy. Envy is the most potent. It's the most potent cause of unhappiness, bringing sorrow to the committers while giving us the urge to inflict pain on others. Yet we still covet the possession of others. And pride. He smacks his chest. The mother of sins, and the Vitruvian's worst trait. From pride we derive the other sins. From pride we find the heart of Vitruvians. Without pride we are nothing. We need pride to experience humility. Pride is what gives us vision, but also blinds us. And pride is what severs us from the gods. We are no better than the Vitruvians, my family. We as a family are the embodiment of what makes the Vitruvians what they are. Our existence undermines their struggle to suppress their most innate feelings. I hate all of you. I know this feeling is reciprocated. I know when all of you feel humility, just as all of you know when we feel like craving, stuffing, coveting, resenting, idling, and avenging. I hate that we all refuse to accept that without the Vitruvians, we are the Vitruvians. We see our situation in a paradoxical light. We see it not just as a curse, but as a blessing when it is convenient. The existence of this pawn leads me to my proposal. So here is my proposal. I'm going to kill Natasha and absorb her soul. I will take on both the embodiment of gluttony and pride. She is weak and ruining what the Vitruvians have built up for one another. I will use this new profound ability to create vampires who do not hunger, who do not ache, who do not burn in the sun. And I will build an army much like hers, and use it to establish a better world for us, the Vitruvians. I want to see people practice fine arts and create brilliant works that everyone should be able to indulge in. I want to see everyone to have their own families and be able to share a space that could be passed down from one generation to the next, where they can walk the halls and feel their loved ones with them. I want people to populate without having to worry that their child might die by the sword to the belly because the wielder needed the bread the child had. We already try to live in this world where we pretend our sins do not exist. But how about we have a world where they lay dormant and we reflect on our previous way of life benefited no one? My brothers and sisters, we have always lived at the top, and yet we do nothing to provide back to those who allow us to be here. With my proposal, blood will be spilt, kings will lose their crowns, and wealthy people will die. But the end goal will provide a better way of life for everyone. Bellissima has proved that much is possible. And all it will take is for House Glutton to bow to House Hubris. I will ensure that the army I create will bring no further harm. With the sacrifice of Natasha and Volka, we can prosper. And think of it. Natasha has wronged all of you. And Volka has wronged the lives of many others. Dara. Natasha's existence still should show you that at one point she betrayed your love, and yet you still harbor her all the same. It makes me ill. All of those who stand against me shall fall. Your houses will suffer the same wounds as House Glutton. I will scour the plains slaughtering your kin, reducing your egos to just you. And when you are begging me to stop, I will relish in your downfall and smile as I cleanse your soul from this plane. And as you fade away into nothingness and reflect on your losses, remember that I did this because I love you and I love the Vitruvians. He stares down at Dara.
Group? Guys? Gang?
Hey, what's up?
Would it be cool if Ashlyn interjects here?
The floor is yours, my friend.
Ashlyn will cast Thaumaturgy to cause his voice to boom. And he will just, start speaking.
Sure.
You pitiable soul. You speak of children falling by the swords, so that others may sustain themselves on your bread. But you would condemn this child to sustain your lofty ambitions of utopia. You are no different than I was, mere years ago. You've completely lost sight of yourself in your pride, completely isolated yourself from the others. You no longer see that there are those who would stand together against you, and you now find yourself alone, thinking that you are the only one who seeks to fight against the injustices of this world. You have completely isolated yourself. You've abandoned all relations. You claim to love, but you have no one to love. These people are your family, and now you have severed all ties with them as well. How will you save anything if you will abandon all that you have? Turn back course on this.
Your words fall on deaf ears, you child-murdering vermin. You act righteous. You act like anyone gives a shit what the fuck you have to say. You mean nothing on this plane. You have done more harm than you will ever do good. I've walked this land longer than time itself has existed before your ancestors. You ride on the coattails of an ice devil who no longer exists, who bows to my grandfather, a man driven mad by power. And you think
You were
this
wrong.
petty squabble between opposing governments means fuck all? I propose a place where people like you don't get to exist. People who bring harm and then think they found redemption.
I kneel under the shifter, the trickster. I have not yet found redemption, but I know the path. I urge you not to follow my previous one. You know what I am. Do not become me.
I would never drop low enough to your level. Even in 1,000 years, in tens and thousands of years, in hundreds of thousands of years. There will never be
Did
a
you
point.
work with the Silas Katzenbach, Constantine, whatever the fuck you call him, while he plans to massacre on Large, the magical born? How many lives will you take before you're satisfied? Don't do this.
Dara speaks up. Just as I feared. You've gone mad, just like Mum. Darkassin, I want you to remember that at one point, you were a good man who wanted to do good things. And you were always the absolute best of us. I'm sorry that Coraline's death did this to you. I'm sorry for what we have to do. I know that you have the city flooded with House Hubris, with preservers of the hallowed flame. I know waiting outside is the twice-cursed man and the skin mage, wanting to tear us to shreds. But what you do not know, what your hubris failed to capture was that everyone in this room, besides the one on trial, and the ones closest to her, have already been made aware of this. You would not divulge this information from their ego. He turns to look at Ashlyn, Arwen, and Shrine. You lot do your best. Louis and Celeste, please be prepared. Arwen, it's time for you to prove yourself to the family. And then he goes back and turns to Darkasson. And Darkasson, remember that we, your family, are doing this because we love you. Magician emerges next to you.
Or like stand up from his chair.
His voice echoes through the chamber. First, I will try this on a vampire. And then second, I will try this new ability on a god. And you guys hear his hands clapping together, and all of your visions obscure like a kaleidoscope. The beautiful stained glass imagery entrancing all of you. Your vision clears. You're no longer in a courthouse. In fact, you're no longer in Bellissima. The sound of crashing waves, the smell of salt water and sand, and the welcoming heat of the setting sun greet all of you. Looking ahead, you see the sun, however, appears to be made of stained glass. And you're surrounded by an overgrown garden and a temple behind you. And you see from the ocean shooting out like fireworks into the sky. You see dozens of dragons. And you don't see him at first, but hear him. You turn around and see the origin of the shout. Atop of this massive temple, you see a magician standing there. His shout echoes through the atmosphere. All of you, relish in the fact that you get to stand where giants once stood. You get to stand in the halls of the magicians. As you guys take in the surrounding around you, you see, blinded by this light, cowering from it, you see Darkasson, alone. Just the four of you and him. He turns away from the sun and looks at you guys. You see his eyes burning with this radiant energy. Not that the sun is consuming them, it's his own radiant heart burning through. After I'm done with all of you, I will shatter everything else you love. And he outstretches his hand, and you see that manifesting in it is a long sword made of pure radiant energy. And he takes it and flourishes it and holds it out right to you. You will all fall to the radiant blade of House Lambrusco. And with that, that is where we're going to end the session.
That's cool. Good shit. Good shit.